So any roll call, please, and then we'll get started.
Good morning, members of the committee. It's December 12th. Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson. Here. Representative Schwartz. Representative Simpson. Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Excuse.
Senator Salazar.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Co-Chairman Kinski.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, do have a quorum for purposes of reimbursement. Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Dave Zwanitzer.
Here.
Senator Anderson.
Here.
Senator Nethercott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks is here. Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I may, the first day I opened up with a Christmas joke and a constituent said, I needed to improve my humor.
More jokes?
So I was sent this one instead. A father asked his 5-year-old son what he wanted for Christmas, and the son said, "I'd like a baby sister." As it turned out, the wife was pregnant and delivered on Christmas Eve. And on Christmas Day, Mama brought home a brand new baby sister for their son. The next year, the father asked his young son what he was thinking about for Christmas. Son said, "Well, if it wouldn't make Mom too uncomfortable, I think I'd like a pony."
Okay, we have the Department of Revenue. Please proceed, Brenda. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. It's kind of a gloomy Monday morning, but I'm hoping to cheer you up a little bit. Got the question this morning about, well, the Department of Revenue. What's going on at the Department of Revenue? So we're collecting money and shipping booze. It's important in Wyoming.
It's
So-
good to know that you're on mission.
On target, absolutely. So members of the committee, Chairman Nicholas, Co-Chairman Kinski, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. Pleasure to be here today. It's great to see new faces, the faces of those that have dedicated years to this committee, and the learning curve is steep. Quite honestly, I find the challenge of tracking revenue and expenditures for the state of Wyoming to be one of those things where you just think you've got it figured out and then something else comes up and you're like, oh yeah, I need to consider that. So with that, it is my pleasure to present the supplemental budget for the Department of Revenue today. It has been a busy year since I sat before you last. Full of challenges, a lot of opportunity, a lot of changes, but a lot of accomplishments as well. With me today, I have Christy Urich. She's our Chief Financial Officer at the Department of Revenue, along with the manager of the Administrative Services Division. With me behind me, I have Craig Grenvik, the Mineral Tax Division Administrator, Brett Banning, Excise Division Administrator, Brian Judkins, Property Tax Division Administrator, and Tom Montoya, the Liquor Division Administrator. And believe me, I'm blessed to have such a team. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 23-24 overall budget. $333,558 seems like a lot, but keeping in mind that $275 million of that is spending authority for the Liquor Division, along with $42 million that includes the transfers that we make to the general fund from liquor sales, which really leaves $36,333,558 as the actual operating budget for the Department of Revenue. And of that, over $20 million, or 56% of our budget, is for Series 100 or positions. We have a total position count of 119. 68 of those positions are located in the Herschler East building. I've got 8 satellite offices across the state for excise tax enforcement and collections. And then we've got 51 employees out of the Wyoming Liquor Division. So I laugh about revenue collections, but let's just talk about that briefly. So with sales and use, cigarette and other tobacco, prepaid wireless, private rail car, PSC annual assessments, wind generation, and mineral severance tax collections, historical for the 2019 biennium, Our collections were 3,498,000,000 plus. For the 21 biennium, 3,803,000,000 plus. That was an 8% increase over that biennium. Fiscal year 21, we saw 1.5 billion, and fiscal year 22, 2.2 billion. And to date, for fiscal year 23, we are already, after 5 months, at 1,477,902,000 plus. So we are almost, after 5 months, where we were for total fiscal year 21. So it's unprecedented as far as the amount of funds. I like to look at the monthly. So when I compare 1 month collections, so I'm going back now, July fiscal year 21, we were at 111 million. July fiscal year 22, 156 million. July fiscal year 23, 281 million plus. So those numbers, obviously inflation has a lot to do with some of that, those numbers. And the other piece that I've not even touched on are the administration and collection of the monthly ad valorem. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we go to the mineral tax division's budget requests. But with that, if it pleases the committee, I'd like to proceed with our supplemental budget request.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
So if I'd draw your attention to page 10 of our budget, we have 5 requests this year. The top 3 are positions. You may recall the committee asked several questions last year related to staffing at the Department of Revenue. And my response at that time was, until it's proven that we need those additional positions, I'll not ask. Well, I humbly come before you today asking for 3 positions, 1 in administrative services, 1 in the mineral tax division, and 1 out at the Wyoming Liquor Division. And I'll detail why I truly believe that it's necessary at this point for those 3 positions. Keeping in mind, we took on the monthly ad valorem, but not only that, we also expanded our duties by including the revised lodging and the municipal option taxes over the last year. So with that, let's go to page 13, and that gives you the documentation related to the position ask for administrative services. We're asking for 1 full-time position. Cost of that position with benefits, $108,623. This division consisted of 11 staff in 2009. Today we have 8. During the COVID reductions, we gave back 1 position. At the time, that position was not completely, but mostly focused on administering the property tax refund program. And during the COVID reductions, of course, that program was not funded. So, as circumstance would have it, it was vacant. So we gave up that position. As you know, this body passed $3 million to fund the property tax refund program. And we sent out refunds in 2021. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get down to where that line item is in the property tax division's budget. But administrative services administers that. And we are asking to have that position put back in our budget. Not only does administrative services take care of the property tax refund program, but they are also responsible for collecting the funds for the monthly ad valorem and the other increase in retailers, vendors that we've got on sales and use tax. There's significant duties there in collecting and distributing those funds. The other part of that is during this past year, honestly, what we had to do is we had to ask for resources from the other divisions to help out during those busy times in the administrative services area. Right now, I'm pleased to say we're fully staffed. That was another challenge. And you will hear a constant theme from the Department of Revenue in appreciation for the compensation and salary adjustments that the legislature made last year, because it truly did help us as we tried to fill those vacant positions. So all 8 positions are filled today, but we do ask for one more position for the next biennium. You'll see that it's broken out. I believe it was discussed last week. Director Hibbard and the Budget Office explained how they're asking for one-time funds to fund those positions starting April 1st, and then ongoing funds for the position in future budget years in the standard budget. So with that, I'd like to turn to page 17, the Excise Tax Division budget. We have 34 employees in the Excise Tax Division. This ask is for postage. So again, we had COVID reductions on our postage budget, but quite frankly, even though we continue every year to handle as much as we can via online, digital communications, there's still a need for sending out billings, newsletters, those types of things. And so we had a shortfall in our postage budget for 21-22. We spent $214,000 that biennium. We have spent in just 5 months, $56,000 of our $195,000 budget. And at an average of $11,500 per month for the remaining 19 months, we're projecting a shortfall of, and we believe that our budget would be over $23,500 at minimum. So I am asking for an additional $30,000 for postage. As you know, the postage rates have gone up as well. So we would appreciate your support with that ask. Jumping.
Go ahead, please, Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Brent.
Good morning.
I'm just curious. I have no objection to this, but to what extent are we being able to increase electronic communications for these purposes?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Swartz, that's a priority. We continue to expand our capabilities within our WIAS or online system. But quite honestly, not all. Anytime you move towards electronic dissemination of information, you're still going to have those vendors, those licensees that they just don't do business that way. And so we still are required to send out those statements. Honestly, with the increased number of vendors that we've got to provide information to, we're fortunate that we've been able to keep up as well as we have with our postage budget. But you're right, there's always opportunity to expand that. Mr. Chairman, Representative Swartz, I think I'll turn that over to Christy and let her share a little bit more information related to the daily, the mailings that we've got and what type of mailings those entail.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swartz, we do several mailings. Obviously, our electronic filing is generally higher than our paper. So we have about a 70% electronic filing currently, which is pretty high. We still get obviously notices that we have to send out on a monthly basis that require a monthly account statement. Credit notices, payment plan notices, other things like that. As far as age, there is really no way for us to tell that currently. You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up on that. are there statutory requirements for physical mailing that we require of you? Where we could make a change to where it would save you postage?
Representative Nicholas and Representative Walters, I'm not sure of the statutory requirements of our notices. I believe we are required to send out those notices on a monthly basis. It would fall under mostly the excise tax division. So I don't know if I would ask Brett if he would know the answer to that.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you for the questions. We will definitely, if it is appropriate, that it would be statutory, I will definitely approach the committee with that recommendation. I will say that the key is we want to make sure everything's transparent and we're getting the information out to all of the vendors. And so in whatever mechanism, many times we're providing, for example, when rates change. If you've got, they go from 5% to 6%, vice versa, notifying all of those vendors to ensure that they are updating their point of sale is an important aspect. And sometimes we use multiple communication means to get that accomplished. So.
Go ahead. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director. Good to see you. Just building on this last few questions. And it's kind of tied, I think, to the, retention of personnel, retention of staff in terms of the facilitating the work environment, making it easier on folks. Is there any way, or is there currently a device that the state could provide at the expense of the vendor to automate their communication with our agency? For example, in a banking system, we have a device that's provided in the private sector where you can have it in your business. And when you get checks, it's kind of a bridge from the old way to the new way. But when you get checks, you put them in there and it's automatically deposited. I'd like to know if we have an idea of when we are, or what systems that we're using now that can be automated to make the opportunity for more value out of the hardware and so on that we have in place and the software, but also to facilitate that transition from the old way to the new way in terms of communication.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson. So as we have multiple ways that taxpayers can make payment. And as far as that digital communication, we have an online system where all business can be conducted via online. They can make payment, they can check balances, communication quite regularly. The majority of our communication with our vendors is digital. It's email. We track all of those emails within our COTS solution, our program that we use for the excise tax division. Even if we're doing manual and using postage, that's still tracked within our electronic system. So from my perspective, it's just a matter of getting everyone to use the tools that we've already got available. Do you have anything to share on that?
Chairman Nicholas, Representative Kinner, yes, we allow all electronic filing as well as payments. Our payments are also electronically done, and the majority of the payments are used electronically, and we provide a automated check deposit as well to the bank. So we do provide that mechanism. It's just there is several people that just choose to still file manually.
Okay, further questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you for that information. I guess the follow-up is a few years ago, as I recall, there was some funding provided to acquire some software to help with the efficiencies And in your very nice report, I think it's 100-page one, it refers to the cost efficiency. Could you give a little example or two of what those efficiencies are, please? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, so you're right, we have an online, we have a contract with a vendor that provides our programming for the Excise Tax Division, Administrative Services, and the Mineral Tax Division. And we are constantly looking at that system and providing, working with a vendor to see how we can make that more efficient. Quite honestly, we could not have kept up with the vast number, as you may recall, when we went, had the marketplace facilitators laws change, and we started collecting and having remittances. I mean, those numbers have, I hate to use the word skyrocketed, but they have. I mean, the number of vendors that we are providing service to, customer service to, it's only through the technology that we've been able to absorb that additional responsibility and still make our deposits in a timely manner on a daily basis. And we've implemented the Check 21, you know, as far as being able to streamline those payments. So I do believe that in order to collect the type of numbers that I reported to you that were 1.4 billion in 5 months, definitely technology is the only way that we're accomplishing that in a timely manner. Thank you.
Please proceed.
With that, if I may, I'd like to move to page 19, the Mineral Tax Division. We have 15 full-time employees in the Mineral Tax Division. We're asking for one more. Again, this was a position that we gave up during the COVID time period. We had a vacancy. And because of our budget being so personnel heavy, when we were going through the reductions that were required, we had to cut those positions, and we have not filled those, obviously, but I am asking to have that position reinstated. You'll notice that it's broken out, $117,044 general fund and $32,304 from the highway department. Historically, there's been an agreement, I believe since the 1970s, where basically for the Mineral Tax Division, the Department of Transportation picks up 27.6% of our personnel costs. And we have considered moving all of that funding to the Department of Revenue, but it's been my understanding that you prefer to have it left the way it is with the breakout. But that is a choice that you can make. Obviously, the monthly ad valorem tax administration has and will continue to impact our staff workload. I provided a report to the committee related to our collections this year. As you know, that law went into effect January 1, 2022. So with January's production, we started collecting. You'll see that over 8 months production, we have collected. Basically, it's been reported to us. We've invoiced, we've collected over $668 million to county treasurers across the state. I believe, just as a side note to know if that process is working, I believe it is accomplishing what this body had in mind, in that the total unpaid balance on 2022 production at this point is about $1.5 million. 668 million collected, $1.5 million that we're still trying to collect. And that's 2022 production. Keep in mind, 2022 production is not due and payable as far as when we know exactly what the mill levies are until September of 2024. But these are funds that these companies have paid in advance as an estimate, and those have been distributed. So I believe that it has been a success. But the other part of that is it definitely has caused some additional workload for both the Mineral Tax Division and the Administrative Services Division.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Senator.
Morning, Director. Yeah, I think we need to highlight that just a bit. I think that, as we all, as those of us recall, this is a big lift last year, and we did not, there was some, and I was one, who was, very circumspect if it was good, we were gonna be able to pull this off. And we built in safeguards to make sure that if something fell down, that we'd try to pick it up. And to the best of my knowledge, Director, we didn't need any of them. You guys pulled it off. Along with the changes in the liquor division, those are two big lifts in your department. So far, so good. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, it truly was the changes that this body, as you recall, during the 2022 session, we had an amendment, we had an ask. The original bill required the companies, each of the producers, to determine what tax district that production was in, what the mill levy was, what that estimated tax amount was, and submit that. We came to this body with a request that that be amended, that we would use the severance tax reported number for taxable value. We would determine, the Department of Revenue would determine what that tax district and county was, and that we would send them an invoice. Yes, it delayed payment by a month, but in the big scheme of things, and you were supportive of that piece of legislation, that was the turning point where we knew we could pull it off. And a big thanks to Craig Renvick and his division for months of meetings. We're still meeting twice a week. As you know, there's a provision for interest and penalty. We, meaning I, made the choice this year, since this was a big transition, that I would not assess interest and penalty this first year because it was a big change for producers, the counties. And but January 1, 2023, when we start administering that collection, now we're going to start administering and collecting interest and penalty for those companies that don't file and pay in a timely manner. But I believe that those will be few and far between based on my experience from 2022. But thank you for the kind comments. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Any questions related to monthly ad valorem minerals?
Seeing none, please
If
go
not,
ahead.
let's move to page 22, and that is where our budget, you'll see on the top of the page there, the property tax refund program and the $3 million appropriation. We did not include any additional funds in our budget. We did suggest to this committee that an additional $1 million would be necessary. And that's based on the report that you have in front of you of what we refunded for 2021 refunds. So what happens is taxes have to be paid by the taxpayer. Then no later than the first Monday in June, they have to, of the year following the tax year, they have to apply to the Department of Revenue or the county treasurer. County treasurers send that application to us, and then we process those and we send out refunds, and we finish that up by September 30th of that year. You'll see on that report, 1.8 million plus was sent out in checks to over 3,000, the number there quickly, 3,085 total recipients. We did have 4,395 applications. I've provided you a comparison of the 2019. That was the last year that it was funded. Substantially different look. We sent out 1,411 checks that year and a little over $750,000 in refunds. So we had used that information to give this body an estimate of $3 million for the biennium, thinking $1.5 million per year for tax refunds. We missed it a little bit. And so we would suggest and support the governor's ask. I believe you'll be receiving a letter from the governor. He supports asking for an additional $1 million. Now, keep in mind, Revenue Committee has sponsored a bill that will be entertained by this body for 2023 that would expand the qualifications and the amount of those refunds. this $1 million is status quo. We need an additional million, we believe, to fund the refunds for 2022 with the statutes as they exist today. So we're in the midst of working on a fiscal note that would be accounting for those amendments that any legislation that you'll consider in 2023 may have.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So there's also now a county option real estate. No, that's not the one. It's a property tax refund, actually. And I know Teton County's going to take advantage of that. And my understanding is they will have you administer it. So it's a two-part question. One, will that be add much to your efforts in that program? And two, are other counties pursuing that option?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, for clarification, the Department of Revenue is not administering the county option property tax refund program. I will tell you that ETS, offset credit. So right now, the way the statute reads, taxpayer could receive both programs. And so we wanted to ensure also that there's never a situation where it's possible that the taxpayer receive more by way of refunds from the two programs than they actually paid in property taxes in the first place. So we've been working with the Revenue Committee, and I think we've got some answers to that concern. But I do know that there are some counties that are going to work with ETS. I believe we've got Tim Sheehan is, I believe, in the audience. And I believe he met with one or two of the county treasurers just last week to explore what that would look like for county treasurers to use our software. You bet. Any other questions related to the property tax refund program?
Go ahead.
Okay, with that, let's turn to page 23, the property tax division. During the COVID reductions, we had the educational training provisions. This is employee professional development and training. This was cut in half during the COVID reductions, and I'm asking that it be restored. This restores the funding that we've had historically in the property tax division to provide appraisal education for county assessors and their staff across the state. Currently, we've got 170 employees in county assessors' offices that are required, if their jobs require that they make decisions that determine valuation for property tax purposes, they're required to be certified by the Department of Revenue. In addition, this year, we've got 7 newly elected county assessors across the state. We like having hands-on. We like going to those counties, visiting with those employees and county assessors and their staff to provide them with training. But that being said, those costs are also going up. But I'm not increasing. I'm just asking that this dollar amount, the 77,775, that's what our current budget is now. I'm just asking for it to be restored because it was cut in half during the COVID reductions. But when we hire educators to come in from other states to provide that training, those costs are higher because, as you know, inflation has just run up all of the costs. Travel costs are higher. Lodging is higher. So, and we have, for the first time this past year, the Brian Judkins, the Property Tax Division Administrator, we delve into actually providing credit for online courses and education. And the first experience that we had, while there were a few bugs to work out, it seems to have worked, and I think we'll get better at that. I will tell you, however, there is no substitute for face-to-face ability to talk to that education instructor after the class on breaks. I'm having a little trouble with the math on this particular calculation. I still don't think that that needs to go away, but for some of these employees, county assessors that have been in office and been doing mass appraisal for years, in order to keep up that certification, I think these online options are definitely a good option for them.
So could you explain specifically what you use the $77,000 for? Is it for consultants who are on the CAMA system? Is it you for travel? I mean, what specifically do you use the dollars?
Mr. Chairman, it is not, this money does not go towards our computer system, mass appraisal system. Now, if we have a training session, we need to, have a facility, those types of things. So if it's actual training on the CAMA system, yes. So this is more geared towards our International Association of Assessing Officers professionals that we hire to come in and teach week-long appraisal courses related to appraisal theory, statistics, mapping, those types of things. That's really what it's geared more towards. And that's, so basically with 77,775, that's per year. We use that if you'll restore that second half. Otherwise, half of that is all we've got per year to provide that training. And it's very, very difficult to, we put courses out there and we like educators to bid on, coming to Wyoming, providing that week-long course, those types of things. But we've got to be competitive or they just won't come to Wyoming.
So you issue an RFP of sorts for them?
We basically announce it because they're required to be certified by the International Association of Assessing Officers. So we advertise and ask them to put in proposals. Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Just a question, not so much on the program, but just the location of where you've got this in your budget under your dues and license registration. On page 24, is that the appropriate place where this should belong within the budget, given the nature that it's more of an education function? So just a little explanation.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. So we've got two parts to this. So the actual instructor and their contract would be under 900 series. But then all of the books, the materials, all of the supplies that are utilized for those classes would be under this line. So it's twofold, but we don't need any additional money in the 900 series, but we do need for the materials and resources. So
All right.
I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the Wyoming Liquor Division, pages 27 and 28. As stated previously, we are asking for one full-time employee, $126,251. This is for a senior inspection specialist. So the compliance division is responsible for reviewing over 2,900 liquor licenses, the applications, and those that are issued by the local licensing authorities must be reviewed within 10 working days by statute. We're also responsible for issuing licenses for industry reps, malt beverage wholesalers, manufacturers, include distillers and refiners, the importers and the wine direct shippers. And so compliance agents conduct on-site inspections of liquor licensee holders, perform the retailer education for responsible service of alcohol via the TIPS program. They process claims for returned or damaged merchandise. They also provide classes to your local county and city clerks on how to administer those local licenses. Right now, we have one supervisor and 2 employees that have the responsibility of administering that. Unfortunately, over the past couple of years and during COVID, we weren't able to do the traveling. We weren't able to go on site. And there have been a lot of changes out there as far as those retailers and who are in those ownership and managing those. So we really have started in April of 2022. We started traveling again. But what it has done is it makes it very, very difficult for us to keep up with our workload in the office and to implement and create those relationships. We believe in compliance through education. We believe in being that partner with those companies, and we need to build those relationships. But what's happened is I just don't have enough staff on board to cover, and they're working additional hours. Unfortunately, it's a mandatory overtime situation because we have statutory deadlines we have to meet. So they spend at least a week, a month on the road traveling throughout Wyoming. And I would ask that we add one position in the compliance area. We have had 3 employees in that area, and Mr. Montoya would be able to give you that number better than I, but I believe for ever since we became the liquor division back in 1996. So it has not expanded, but with Mr. Montoya's experience in being the supervisor of the compliance division historically, he could certainly delve into that more if the committee wishes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Brenda, if you could remind us, because we've also seen some huge growth in the liquor division in sales. This is funded through your special fund, your revenue fund. It's sound, it can handle it, but you're also handling it considerably more volume in this. Could you just briefly remind us of what that is, because it kind of supports what you're trying to ask for?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, so total sales in fiscal year 22, right now it was 131,450,806. In fiscal year 20, that was 124,546,388. What we're finding is that there are 2 things impacting that. Customer preferences have changed substantially over the last few years in that we're having to carry much broader selection of products. The other part of that, of course, is that the prices have increased. And so that's part of the reason for that increased sales number. But that the focus of the liquor division has changed somewhat. And I wanted to give just an overview of kind of where we're at the Wyoming Liquor Division. I don't know if it's appropriate to delve into that. I'm really with the ask of the one additional compliance person. That's really the end of my supplemental budget requests items. So if there aren't, we can go finish that up and then we'll move into where we're at with Wyoming Division.
Go ahead, Representative Stitt.
Director Henson, with respect to the compliance officer, it's my understanding that this person will be looking at compliance by liquor licensees. So, and I have a slightly different question. One is that Jewelry stores, barber shops, and spas are not allowed to offer wine and spirits to their customers unless they have a liquor license. And yet those businesses that do that without a liquor license, they appear to be invisible to your agency. In other words, the compliance officers don't monitor them because, well, they're not licensees. Do you have any suggested solutions to that issue?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, if I may, I would like to bring up Tom Montoya from the Wyoming Liquor Division and get his take on that. Obviously, that is expansive. I mean, to the types of businesses that you mentioned, there are other things that we've discussed in other types of businesses and how we're monitoring. Compliance is a very unique situation related to the Wyoming Liquor Division. And thank you for joining us, Tom. I'll let him take off from there.
Go ahead, Tom. Welcome.
Thank you, committee, Mr. Chairman, committee, Representative Stiff. You know, we've seen that scenario for 30 years in the time that I've been with the liquor division. And usually how we know about that is locals or phone calls. Somebody will call us and say that, especially barbershops, hair salons, especially. But the definition of sale in Title 12 does not allow that, because that is kind of like the carrot on the, or more business. And basically what the sale says is that it's an inducement for patronage, which violates statute. It creates a sale. So they would have to have a license to do that. Now, like for grand openings or something like that, there are one-day permits that they can get for something like that. But, and who knows, there's a bill in the legislature coming up this year. That maybe that's considered entertainment by some licensing authority. If that bill for the tavern were to pass, I don't know. Yeah, that we get a lot of calls on.
I'd probably get my hair cut more often if I knew more about it. Go ahead.
So Director Hanson, in your opening comments, and you was talking about the revenue being collected, you used the term unprecedented. And that made me contemplate, and in this, my question kind of comes back to, is it really unprecedented, or is how does our revenue that you're taking in now compare to like 2008, 2010, when we were really, in a much healthier economy than we are now? And then that comes back to your request for these, getting these positions back. How, when we were moving along at a much healthier economy, how do these, your total overall positions compare to then?
And my guess is the volume might be more accurate versus dollars, because with the price differences, it would probably make a difference.
Mr. Chairman, I believe in this notebook, I have the historical numbers for sales and use tax. And we're flipping through that right now. Our staff numbers related to the excise tax division, I believe, and I know Brett would have this number better than I believe we had 39 employees back in that 2008 time period, and we're at 34 now. But the number of licenses have doubled since that time period. But again, we try and use technology to ensure that we're providing the service to our customers. I will say, though, in our satellite offices, we still just we have the same number of employees in the satellite offices across the state that we did back in 2008. So we have not expanded there. It's just trying to use technology to take on the new.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a series of questions on the liquor part, so I don't know, maybe it might be better if Director Hanson wants to give a report, which may answer some of them, and then I'll ask if that's okay. or if you want me to ask first, but that's
Mr. Chairman, if you wish, I've just got a few brief comments. I'll share that message and then I'll be happy to answer any follow-up questions.
fair enough.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Yeah, Brendan, a question with this position within the liquor division. A couple of years ago, Senator Drew volunteered to come down and work in the warehouse, during the month of December to help load trucks. And then I was just wondering if he would do that on an annual basis, as to whether you could shift a position for this inspector. If that was some kind of agreement that maybe you could work out with the Senator Drew.
So,
Maybe he's not wanted, I don't know.
so Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I will tell you that he does pick up his own deliveries sometimes. So that is an assistance right there.
Just trying to help out, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do have a serious question. And when I look at this, and because this position is going to come out of your enterprise fund, and currently the balance in there is about 4.1 million. So this creates an additional drain on that enterprise fund, and any money that we take out of there, any surplus normally runs back to the general fund. But do you see this is going to be sufficient level of funding to continue, or are we going to continue to see a drain on those reserves with this additional position?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, we have been in a unique situation this past year, 2 years, basically. And when I speak more in detail to the new software that we're in the process of implementing out at the liquor division, that also is a drain on that resource and those enterprise funds. I don't believe that this one position is going to be significant. And once we get the new system in place, the maintenance costs of that will be very reasonable. And so, again, we're really focused on the future. While we've got a lot on our plate, the next 6 to 12 months that is going to impact that revenue stream, I believe in the long term, that investment in another compliance officer will return rewards.
So, Mr. Chairman, just one last follow-up on that. You mentioned getting the system up and running, and maybe you already mentioned it in your comments and I missed it, but when do you anticipate that will happen? It should be fully operational.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I'll kind of give you an idea. Here's where we're at. And I hope that the committee members have been receiving, I've sent a couple of newsletters out trying to ensure that you see where we're at. In August of 2021, Mr. Montoya came on in mid-July of 21. I came on board with the Department of Revenue on August 2nd, 2021. And we started that process immediately, the RFP process, in writing that request for proposals. That entire process took almost a year. We finally awarded a contract in July of 2022 to a company by the name of Blue Horseshoe Accenture LLP. As previously reported, we're pleased to say that that company has assisted 6 other control states in a software implementation. So, and I can tell you that with the daily work that we've had with this company, it's evident. They know the right questions. They know what needs to be done. As we speak, and last week, they just started to roll out our test pilot 1. And that is where the staff at the liquor division is working with the vendor. It's called fit gap analysis. What can we use that's out of the box? What do we need to tweak a little bit in order to be compliant with Wyoming statute and how we work? Even though there are 6 other control states, the models out there for how alcohol is administered are different as night and day across those states. As you know, some states have retail stores that they operate. Some states are bailment states where they don't actually own the product. You know, in Wyoming, we buy the product, we own it, and then we sell it. Those are all different things that we have to work out with that vendor. But we're excited about the way that product is functioning, and we don't see that there are a lot of adaptations that need to be done, but definitely there are a few. We're excited that just naming it was a So we are Liquor 365. That'll be the new software, and Liquor 365 Online will be that retailer portal where they'll place their orders. And we've been including the retailers and the industry reps in our discussions as we've moved forward. One of the things that's interesting that we needed to consider was almost 54% of our Wyoming liquor retailers spend less than $25,000 a year at the Wyoming Liquor Division. Over 54%. We really do have a mom and pop retail market out there. We've only got 5.7% of our retailers that spend over $500,000 a year. So the business model in ensuring that these small companies have sufficient supply and that they aren't required to come up with a lot of capital to buy this product, you know, we have to split cases. We have to be able to provide that type of experience for our retailers. And that is somewhat different than some of our other states. By selling product by the single bottle, small establishments still have access to high in demand products without having to purchase high quantities. In addition, it's important to note that over the past year, one of the things that we reinstituted was next day delivery. And that was quite a challenge as well. And it meant sitting down with our trucking company, seeing what their schedule looked like, what time would work. So today and starting in April, as long as the order is into the liquor division by 9 a.m. today, that product is shipped that day and they receive next day delivery. So we're proud that we were able to get that back in place. With that, we are hopeful that summer 2023, we will go live with both our system for staff. One of the biggest benefits of this new system is it's one database that is housed and supports all of the software. We're not tracking things in multiple places. Right now, staff at the liquor division are doing things 2 and 3 times because we don't have a robust system that allows for it to be tracked in one spot. And I just want to say thank you to the employees out at the liquor division, because I will tell you, they are, we've got mandatory overtime in the warehouse just to get the product out, especially those Monday, Tuesday deadline days. But the accounting staff, purchasing staff, compliance division, it has been all hands on deck trying to work with our vendor to design a robust system and still get the work done on a daily basis and make sure that you folks and myself are not getting those phone calls from retailers upset because they can't operate their business because of a failing at the liquor division. So I'm hopeful that you aren't receiving those phone calls and we're providing that service. One other thing I'm excited about, NABCA, the National Alcohol Beverage Control Association, they have grants available related to consulting work. We reached out to them, and next month in January, we will have a consultant coming out to the warehouse to evaluate best practices. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What could be maybe not necessarily wrong, but how can we improve it? And that goes from the warehouse, how it's set up, how we pick our orders, every aspect of it. I'm excited to have a consultant come in that sees how warehouses functions, how they function across the nation, and see how do we perform? How are we doing out there? And so I believe it's January 19th, 18th, 19th, around that time period that we hope to have a report. The liquor industry is changing. Ready to drinks are an important aspect that we are seeing as we do listing meetings with industry reps. That's a whole new market out there, the ready to drinks. And the customers are preferring those in some instances, but that just means that, and use names, but yes, we need Jack for Jack and Coke when they mix it themselves, but now we need the cans and we need different sizes and those different things. And it really has been a challenge for us to keep track and work with these industry reps to ensure that the product that we have in the warehouse is the product that is going to sell to the retailers and move out the door. It doesn't do anybody any good for us to buy product that sits in the warehouse and never goes anywhere. That's not what we're about. We need it in and out. And so hopefully this consultant will give us a brand new perspective and see if we've got opportunities there. As I mentioned, vacancies within the division are fewer than they have been for a long time. I believe right now we have 2 vacancies in the warehouse. We do use temporary staff through express employment on those heavy days, and we're still working overtime on some of those days. But that being said, I believe that the key to not having mandatory overtime is to be fully staffed. We're still paying 17 and a quarter for our entry level out at the warehouse. And our hope is to retain this staff. We started looking at the staffing in the warehouse, and unfortunately I believe it was over 2/3 of the staff have less than a year experience in the liquor warehouse. We will be more efficient if we keep our employees longer. So I'm hoping to focus on retention out of the liquor division. The other positions that
Mr.
we've got
Chairman?
available are in the accounting division.
Yeah, Brenda, I would just say, don't ever hesitate to call Senator Guru if you need some help down there. I mean, he'll show up. That he's a hardworking guy. I know that.
He is.
So anyway, Mr. Chairman, if there's no more questions on the mineral or on the liquor division, I apologize. I had one question on the mineral tax division. If we can digress just a little bit.
Okay.
Brenda, it was on the position and you've got that listed as 72% general funds, 28% special revenue. Just remind me as to where the special revenue is and why that 72-28 split.
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, historically, going back to the 1970s, the Department of Transportation funds that percentage of all of the salaries in the mineral tax division. And I don't know exactly why that came to be, but that's where it comes from. We bill Department of Transportation each year at the beginning of that fiscal year, and then they pay us for that.
We were wondering if we could flip it around the other way, so that they would pay 72 and we would pay 20.
Second.
Sure. Now you're getting me in trouble with Director Reiner, and I haven't
Do you
even.
have any insight on that?
Mr. Chairman, jokingly, I don't know why you'd ask me anything about YDOT's budget. But anyway, yes, the severance tax distribution, YDOT receives a share of that. And of that share of severance tax prior to de-earmarking, there was this agreement that we would do a percentage of those positions. And since de-earmarking, it's been just that percent. But if it fluctuates, then YDOT has to come up with a differential on the position cost.
Okay, there you have it.
So, Mr. Chairman, so help me out here, Kevin, I'm trying to follow the flow here. So we do mineral severance tax goes to YDOT. YDOT takes those and then turns around and pays part of those back to the Department of Revenue. Do I understand that flow correctly?
Mr. Chairman, yes, YDOT has a distribution under the cap for severance taxes, and then YDOT assists the Department of Revenue with that portion of distribution under the cap.
Seems to me like, Mr. Chairman, that would be something that the Appropriations Committee might want to take up or as an interim. It makes no sense to me to do a circular approach to those severance taxes.
Mr. Chairman, this way it moves with the salary. If you can think of a way to write, well, I guess you could write it different ways, but writing that under the cap distribution to see that it affects that is a difficult process. This way it flows well.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Groove.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions on the liquor deal. Thank you. The E65, as we ramp that up, and you talked about, and you're absolutely right about the mom and pop, and over 54% of the folks don't buy very much. Do you have a specific plan in place for training as you go live for those different segments? I mean, the big liquor dealers, they're going to take care of themselves. They're going to be in your face. They're going to be right there wanting to know everything every minute. But the mom and pops, those smaller outfits, when that goes live, it's going to be new to them. And so do you have a plan to reach out to grab a segment of those folks so you can try and get their input to make sure that it's user friendly for them going in?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, you're so correct that is so important to have their input. And we've been, one of the reasons for the newsletter is to let everyone have access to that information. But one thing that's nice is that our current contract with our current software vendor is through September.
Right.
We hope to convert in that July, August timeframe. What we also plan to do is allow those retailers access to what is a version so that a version of that online portal before we go live. And we have been including them in discussions. In fact, it's interesting to me. I get emails. Tom gets emails more regularly than I do related to, well, what about if we do this? And what if we add, it's interesting, just the presentation of how they're able to key in their orders, how they're able to identify those commonly placed orders, those that they order, every week, and how can we streamline that? The focus from our perspective, you don't get training when you go out to Amazon. You don't get training when you do online shopping routinely. It's intuitive. And that is what we're looking towards having, is something that, yes, will expose them to it. Yes, we want them to see what it looks like, and we want them to feel comfortable making those orders, but it shouldn't require training. It should be intuitive. And that's our goal.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And you're the only shop they can go to. They can't go to another state and buy their liquor. They can't go to another portal to buy it that's more user friendly. So we have to be, we're the only game in town for those folks. And that's why we hear from them when it doesn't go well. So that was kind of the genesis of that, to make sure. And the other question, or just a comment that Representative Henderson was making, I think we're still doing pretty well as far as big vendors and small with payment systems on payment, as far as the customers buying. How's it going? I know there was some trouble last year within the department. I hope the staffing changes have helped that, but getting payments from our suppliers. That was one thing I heard that frankly shocked me, because as a buyer, we all have to pay up front for our liquor. So when I heard that some of our suppliers were saying, well, you don't get stuff because you don't pay your bill.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Montoya, would you follow up on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Senator Guru, that's a great question. We were having problems with, it's called a payment run. And basically what happens is our accounting department will once a week list a bunch of payments, and they were having a really hard time getting this information out of our system. They've gotten really good at it now. It's not perfect. We had problems just last week, but our accounting staff stayed late, and we were able to do it. We haven't missed a payment run basically since I've been back on board, and that's not to my credit. That's to our accounting staff's credit. They've just gotten a lot better at all these workarounds. We're still running a lot of problems with the current system. It's our staff has become very, very good at being able to find workarounds and how to work it. And And so I credit the staff for that, but we are making payments on time, Senator.
One last follow. If I noticed in your budget, you run pretty constant, $10 million level. Last month drops down to 3.9. Some money was diverted, profits were diverted into those accounts. Are we doing okay there? Was that a seasonal thing, or was that the new system going and payments there? What's going on there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drew, some of it is seasonal. But what we're starting to see is a normalization of purchasing from across the state. During the pandemic, what we saw was we lost about 10% of our licensees, just went out of business. Small restaurants, small clubs, stuff like that. But package stores did really, really well. And they were booming. But we're starting to see that come down just a little bit. Where we see, we're back up to our normal, that 10% has new licenses have come about. So we're backed up to normal levels as far as number of licensees in the state. We're glad to see that happening. But like I said, we're starting to see sales normalize. And one thing that we are seeing though is price increases. If there's not a company out there that hasn't given a price increase and it's due to their labor, freight has gone up tremendously. In fact, we put out a monthly message called an important message, and it just went out this week. And I have put in there that we're going to see a freight increase come in May. Because all of our freight is going up, both inbound and outbound. It's just been crazy.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, if I could follow up, for the new enterprise resource system, our software system, we encumbered $5.5 million of income last biennium. So we've encumbered that, and that's what we'll use to complete and pay our contract when we go live with the new system. So that number would have been 20 million, except for the encumbrance of 5.5 million for the new system.
Okay, if you'll just check on that, just to let me know. But I do want to let you know, I do appreciate that we keep that workload there, because I know, like I say, once again, we all of us seem to be on the speed dial. I think I get more than anybody else, but I don't know why that is. But I do appreciate your reaction time to these questions when they do come. And I have noticed a decrease in the calls I get, so I do appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I've got a liquor compliance question. And I'll take the answer, but then I'd like a follow-up written so that I can clarify to my municipalities. So the compliance question concerns a common question on separation of rooms, bar and grill, restaurants, and in particular restaurants. So when I was mayor, we'd try to provide an interpretation. Somebody'd come up from the liquor division and say something else. So I finally told the clerk, don't even try. Just tell Cheyenne to get up here if they're going to run the place. Well, we were over in the Jonas Center on restaurants, and my recollection is that we liberalized the definition of dispensing room. And my recollection is also that we left it to the municipalities to interpret and apply. Well, I've got a municipality that's concerned that if they exercise that, somebody from Cheyenne's going to show up and have a contrary interpretation, putting the restaurant licensee in an awkward position. I thought we had changed that so that they don't have two different people tell them what a dispensing room is. Can you tell me what is your understanding of what we did on the restaurant license dispensing room requirement? Who is in charge of interpreting it? You or the cities and towns?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I'll ask Tom Montoya to respond to that. He was.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you'll remember, in 2017, we did away with the definition of room for all licenses except restaurant licenses because it was such a different animal. And we came back in 21. There are no more rooms, even in restaurant liquor licenses. So now it's strictly up to a local licensing authority to define an area. And usually an area in a restaurant is going to be, where they have their silverware and their Coke dispensers and stuff like that. But what they'll do is they'll get the local licensing authority to approve a dispensing area. And our agents are aware of that. They understand that law. And they work with the local licensing authorities during that time. So there are no more room requirements.
Okay, so that would be good so that I can get my municipality up to date. The second question is, if they make a determination as to where proper area for the dispensing area, is Cheyenne going to come up and say, nope, that's wrong, redo it?
Chairman Kinsky, no, it's strictly up to the local licensing authority now. So
Okay.
we'll just look at the description, whatever they put on the license, make sure the license is up there and honor whatever the local authorities say it is.
All right, thank you. If you could send that to me, it'd be much appreciated. There's some apprehension,
Yeah, no
kind
problem.
of a flinch response, I guess. I don't know. Thanks so much.
That's why we did away with it, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, that's another benefit of having these meetings recorded. They can hear it from Mr. Montoya themselves.
Okay, further questions? Anything further?
Just want to say thank you to this committee. Leave you with this thought. Working hard for something we don't care about is called stress. Working hard for something that we love is called passion. And I'm really pleased that the employees, the staff within the Wyoming Department of Revenue have a passion for providing these statutory duties that we do in our interactions with customers. But more so, I thank each member of this body because you have a passion for Wyoming and that's why you're here. And I definitely appreciate that. Thank you for the time this morning. I think I kept you on schedule, so that's always a good thing. And with that, thank you. And we look forward to fine tuning our 23-24 budget.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate your time and work and your staff. All right, next, let's go to Department of Audit. I think we'll take about a 5-minute quick break because looks like we're taking one anyway, so. Okay, we have next up the Department of Audit. Director Chadmas, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Justin Chavis, Director of the Department of Audit. I have with me our CFO, Fred Reif, and our Banking Commissioner, Jeremiah Bishop. In case you have any questions that are too far into the weeds that I'll need their assistance to answer. So we have one priority for our supplemental budget request. That's on page 10. The request is for our banking division to bring compensation in line with peer regulators in other states. I think if you look on page 15, the narrative there does a pretty good job of outlining why we're making the request. Basically, the experience level of our examiners because of turnover in the last few years has plummeted. So basically, our most experienced examiner has 3 years of experience. And then after that, it's all 2 years or less. We have nobody that's qualified to take the chief examiner position right now. And so outside of the management team, the experience level is pretty thin. And you really do need experienced examiners to effectively regulate the industry. It's the industry that is paying the salaries of the examiners. The banking division is 100% special revenue funds funded from industry paid fees. And the industry is the one telling us that we need to compensate our people higher so we can keep experienced examiners so that they don't feel like they're the ones having to train our examiners. So that's the gist of why we're making the request. Pretty short and sweet to the point. And so I think with that, I'd open it up to any questions that the committee might have.
Questions,
Mr. Chairman.
please.
So was the nature of the vacancies, were those retirements or are these people taking other jobs?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the vast majority of the people that have left the Division of Banking is for higher paying jobs.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and then so just to follow up, I'm not clear. The governor's recommendation for employee compensation, and I'm assuming that translates across there, but I'm not clear when the budget write-up, is this on top of the governor's recommendation? So his recommendation is roughly about 11%, and you're asking for roughly about another 11%. Would this be on top of the governor's recommendations is part of the question? And is this for everybody within the examiners, or is it just for a specific examiner?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. So I don't believe this would be in addition to, I think it would be separate, but I think these amounts would probably go beyond what the governor's request would put for compensation. And then, I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Is this for one or two? How many people within how many of the examiners would, so is it graduated? Is it all examiners, or is there different levels within the different individuals or positions?
It would be for all examiners, because we've had turnover at all levels. And so all levels have pretty thin in experience.
And Mr. Chairman, so just for clarification, so everybody would get the same percentage level of increase?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, not necessarily. It would depend on where they're at now. We're moving everybody to the same compensation within their class code. But the actual dollar raise for each person may not be the same because they don't currently all make the same.
And Mr. Chairman, and I hate to ask these continue, but what's the range within your agency as far as top to bottom within your employees? So if these are not an 11% across the board, right? What do you anticipate that range to be for these different levels within the examiners and time of service and stuff?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I don't know that I know that off the top of my head, what the range, they're all pretty similar in terms of the dollar amount increase for each level.
And so one last question, who makes that determination?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, we worked with our our banking commissioner and the Conference of State Banking Supervisors data that shows what those positions are making in peer states. So we made the determination to work off of that.
All right, thank you.
And so basically, it's roughly a 10% increase. And it's very close to the what the chief executive and what we as a legislature are authorizing for state employee increases. So it just happens that that's the case. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I would guess it to be a little more than 10%. But because I think what we would move them to is a little bit more than what they would move to if the current governor's proposal passes.
Okay. Further questions? All right. Is that it?
That's it.
See, we could have taken that potty break a little bit later because we're there. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time. And
Thank you.
Let's keep rolling. Next up is OSLI. They may not. Let's just see if they're here. They might be out there.
Larry can present their budget.
Yeah. And pull out the bill, which is after OSLI, which is, do you know who's going to present that, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you requested the department to come forward with some recommendations on that. I suspect that they will contribute to that. And then Brian Fuller, the legal staff, will be providing an
Okay.
outline as well.
Brian, come on up. Why don't you just walk us through this bill real quick?
Should be.
Go ahead.
Morning, Brian.
All right, tell us what this is, Brian.
Yep, Mr. Chairman.
Trace and Eagles.
Makes more sense to walk through the bill first. anticipated, so. Got to be dexterous and fast on your feet.
It's not without precedent, but it is rare.
Welcome. Nice to see you. Jason, how's things going?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Scoggin, Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. With me today is Deputy Director Jason Crowder. I also have behind me Amanda Sewell. She's our Assistant Director for our Financial and Administrative Services Division, and Beth Blackwell, our Grants and Loans Manager. For those will be the upcoming topics, I think. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we have a supplemental budget request. Today it's solely to address staffing issues at OSLI. While this looks like a significant request, it really is kind of the minimum number of additional employees we think we need to continue with the ever increasing demands on our workload demands at OSLI. The intent is to spread out a very large and demanding workload related to trust land management, and to create some redundancies and efficiencies to minimize errors, to ensure accurate and reliable data availability, and to be able to push data out for real-time public consumption, and to free up capacity for new programs that we think will be assigned to OSLI, such as we've been in discussions with the Joint Ag Committee about a potential auto renewal process for grazing, or a 30-day grace period, and all that will require additional notices, additional staff time to complete. We've also talked about getting into the recreation business. So there's a lot of new demands we foresee coming down the pike as well. The supplemental request will also free up capacity for new and proactive revenue generation opportunities. We've been in discussions with the Joint Revenue Committee about the desire to proceed into new areas, and we need staff time and availability to pursue those and understand those. And then last but not least, we're also looking to increase our responsiveness to legislative and public information needs. We found that we're woefully inadequate in that way. We just simply don't have the staff to quickly address information needs. So this request that we're seeking today, it's not just the nice to have purpose, the nice to have new positions within the agency. The requested positions fit actually with a more strategic plan for the agency. In the supplemental budget request, as I mentioned, we're seeking 6 new positions, 1 in the director's office, 3 in the trust land management division, and 2 in our field services division. The plan doesn't end there. We're also going to be working with HRD to potentially reclassify several positions in the trust land management division, and potentially merge 2 existing positions to more adequately address various workload demands. Due to budget constraints, we have been very lean at OSLI and making do with the minimum number. As I mentioned, it's been all we can do to meet the day-to-day responsibilities. And as I mentioned, we're no longer just pushing paper. We're trying to be more forward-thinking and active with revenue generation. And again, with the high increasing demands on the staff, the bottom line is we need help. And that's why we're here today. And we have been talking with the Joint Ag Committee about our plan, and they have expressed their support with new and additional staff. They also have some ideas and thoughts about use of staff time for management of trust land, and they have realized our struggle to try to meet those demands. So starting with the supplemental budget request book, if you'll turn to page 15, that's the summary table. And that outlines the request. The priority one is a policy and planning analyst position. Our priority number 2 are those 3 trust land management specialist positions. And our priority 3 are 2 positions related to records and data management and geospatial technology and field services. So that's it at a glance. So I would move you to page 19 for further discussion about the policy and planning position. This position would work with the director and the deputy to set policy directives for the agency, including NEPA analysis and new and sophisticated land use development. The position would also serve as a public information officer and liaison with the legislature. As I mentioned with our staff, it's hard to be proactive in providing information related to even our public funding programs on the financial side of our fence, such as CARES Act, ARPA, IIJA. As we've been moving through the ARPA funding programs such as water, wastewater, and the Health and Human Services, a lot of times we're trying to get information out to help folks understand how we're processing, where applications stand, and we're so busy in the trenches, if you will, processing, that we sometimes forget or don't take the time to post memos and gov delivery feedback to the public so that they understand what we're trying to do and where we're at in the process. And we've realized that that could really be helpful to have some help in that area. It's also difficult to get out to the public changes and actions we're contemplating regarding land use or legislative directives that are different from what we've done previously, where we're changing processes to address legislative directives. And we find it challenging, as I mentioned, with our workload to address those. So we've recognized a need for greater capacity in this area. And this position would also, as I mentioned, be looking and staying abreast of new and sophisticated land uses, not only NEPA, but carbon sequestration, hydrogen hubs, carbon credits, all of those new things that are coming down the pike that Jason and I are doing our best to stay on top of, but we don't have the time to kind of get in there and roll up our sleeves. In fact, currently, Deputy Director Crowder and I, we're actually running the Sage Grouse Mitigation Bank program because we don't have anybody else to do that. We're the ones developing the carbon sequestration leasing program because we don't have anybody to do that. So we're trying to stay up on top of new opportunities as we are able to. But again, we just currently don't have anybody to do that. We think that this sort of hybrid position will really help us with communications, but also help us stay on top of these policy areas, especially some of the new federal programs. We just have not been able to answer even in a timely manner legislative questions, and we don't want to do that. We want to be the leaders. We want to be fully aware and abreast of what's going on. So that's what this position is about. And as you'll see, the governor has recommended approval of this request.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you, Director. I think this all sounds really good. My one concern is it sounds like more than one FTE. I'd love to hear your comment on
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, while that's what it seems like on its surface, I think what we're trying to do is have a strategic approach to this. We realize that we need help in a number of areas. We thought we would start small and see if we couldn't anticipate whether this would be one FTE just for the communications piece and one FTE just for the policy. We thought we would start small, see where it leads. And if we need another one, like, as I mentioned, this is the beginning. We're trying to, we're not trying to grow government. We're just trying to serve the public and give them what they need. And we're trying to do that modestly, at least to start with.
Go ahead, please.
Director Scoggins, our hats really off to you and your department, the ARPA stuff that you guys and you've just been thrown a lot of stuff over the last year, and you've had to develop those rules. And thank you very, very much for doing that. But then that kind of leads into this conversation, as that kind of rides off into the sunset at some point in time. Does that then relieve that burden, or are you anticipating that the burden on your agency that warrants these positions moves forward. Am I making sense? I'm just wondering if when all of this ARPA stuff goes away, if you don't then have the resources again, or is it a different, help me to understand that just a little bit and clarify that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I don't think grant loan programs ever go away. And I think as time goes, we may see new programs come around that require communications, but we also will probably see the diminishment, if you will, with the ARPA and the demands of ARPA. However, I think we've got a robust plate on the trust land management side of things to keep us busy as well. So I think it's going to wax and wane a little bit, but I think that this position will always be busy with communicating and understanding the new things. And even on the grant loan side, we still have SRF and we still have things going on with EPA that change and may require additional efforts in the communication.
Thank you.
So Jennifer, did you add employees in order to administer the CARES and ARPA dollars and use those dollars? I think there's a 5% component for funding or administration of those costs. Just kind of remind us of that process.
Mr. Chairman, what the approach we've taken right now is all hands on deck internally to process as many applications as we can. With the reporting requirements and some of the problems we've had with the portal usage, we're going to have to gather data on the back end and put it into the portal so that the budget office has what it needs to help report. We are in the throes of hiring some temporary staff to help us with that approach. But with respect to the applications, we did not hire additional staff. We've been able to process a lot of that on our own.
And are there funds available for the next year or two from those dollars to cover part of these positions?
Mr. Chairman, the problem with ARPA funding is that the efforts would have to be ARPA related. And what we're trying to do is more broad than that. It's trust land management, a lot of trust land management and field services. That's where we're finding the biggest gap in our communications effort. And while, you know, we're running the ARPA programs and that would be helpful to have somebody with that, we did not believe that the position could be paid for solely with ARPA dollars.
Okay.
Chairman?
And then I'm just trying to recall through the step 1 and step 2 reductions. Did you lose employees during that? I can't remember.
Mr. Chairman, we did lose one vacant position on the administrative services side. And that, as I mentioned, that was a vacant position. And so, you know, we tried our hardest not to lose any filled positions at that time. And we were able to cover with that and some other budgetary things.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Director, we fill these positions and become effective in July. We've got a lot of positions being asked for every department that comes in. My first question is, how long do you think, how long it's going to take to fill those positions? And what about the time frame in between? I know you're trying to do a lot with a little, and as the good Representative Larson was mentioning, you've got a lot put on your plate, and I realize that. But as I heard someone on the first floor say, there is not one department in state government that is more in dire need of public information officer than this department. So I'm trying to figure out, was there some sort of stopgap in between that we can look at? Is there something we can do in between?
1 second. I think Kevin wants to respond first.
Mr. Chairman, the governor's recommendation is to have these effective April 1st. And the position numbers are already through the HR system. So once the appropriation is signed, we rock it.
Thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Director, as I read the description of this as a high-level NEPA review, given the change in development, public information officer liaison between the agency and the legislature, I share Representative Swartz's concern when I read this job description. I don't know that that individual exists out there, that somebody that can do all that. And it looks like a very blended position. My concern is when I look at these is I think sometimes we either fail to meet the expectations of what the legislature thinks we're funding and what can be delivered. And that's not to say that's a fault of the agency. I think sometimes we set people up to fail. I don't know anybody that could probably fulfill that position, just the way it's currently described is what your needs are. And so I'm empathetic to the need for the position, but I need to understand how somebody, and especially at that salary level, is going to provide the NEPA analysis, sophisticated land use development overview, and be a liaison to the legislature, which means is they pretty much have to know everything that OSLI does, right? If they're gonna, because we're gonna do anything from mineral leasing to ag leasing to ARPA grant programs and the whole thing. And I know you have a very competent staff, but I think this is an impossible position to fill. And just if you had to prioritize as to what those job duties would be for this position, what would that be? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the priority would be the communication piece, particularly the liaison with the legislature, but also with the public, getting information out. As I mentioned, I think that's where we are woefully lacking is, we have it all going on in our heads and we know what's going on, but we fail to translate that to the public and to the legislature and the communities. And so that would be, I think, first and foremost is getting the information out. With respect to the other aspects, the policy and staying on top of land uses and things like that, if necessary, if that's all the position does is just the communication, Jason and I will do the best we can to continue to limp along, if you will, with the other piece and perhaps come back to that later. But I think when we initially developed the strategy, we weren't quite sure whether the public information officer piece of that would be full-time or not. And I think as we've gone through the last couple of months here, we're realizing that you're correct. It could well be full-time.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it is or not. And that's up to the discretion director of you to direct your staff as to where if they're slack to put them over. And I have complete confidence you can do that. My concern is somebody that has the expertise to look at NEPA and land and those implications. This staff is not going to attract somebody at that salary level. That's probably an attorney level NEPA compliance issue type of position. Obviously, you can deploy that. So let's talk about the public information aspects of the position. What do you feel within your programs now? Anything from mineral leasing to with Beth programs, grants and loans? Where is the deficiency that you see that the department needs to pick up in the public information sector? You deal with a whole range of programs. So what's the nature of the deficiency that you think that could be most beneficial to your agency?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think initially the most impact could be felt on the grazing and agricultural leasing side. We have, changed there have been statutory changes and changes in the process with respect to vacant leasing, with the competitive bids and things like that. I'm not sure that all of that information has gotten out there. And in particular, the process and how we're doing things differently and analyzing things differently. I also think that there's a misunderstanding with respect to how we administer the grazing and agricultural lease program. We're pretty tightly knit in with statutory deadlines and dates and things like that we can't deviate from. We don't have the discretion to deviate from those. However, during the COVID, there may have been some of that done. And so people are, wondering, well, what are the rules? What are the ground rules? And so we've gotten beaten up a lot on the grazing aspects, is not understanding ag and things of that nature. And we'd really like to get on top of that. And I think that that's one area that would be impacted greatly just by getting out the information, the process, people having a better understanding of what we do and why and what we're hamstringed by. The other part, I think, is on the the SRF side, if you will. And with the IIJA funds coming down the pike, I don't think there's a great understanding yet with respect to what that's going to look like. Right now, we have a lot of ARPA grant money floating around and people are happy about that. They're disappointed if they haven't been recommended for funding, but I'm not sure they understand and appreciate all of the opportunities that are going to come with the IIJA funding and what some of those ground rules are going to be. So I see it sort of twofold on both sides of our fence, if you will.
So, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on that, Director Scoggins, is y'all have a request for 2 more land management specialists and looked at the team approach to the leasing makes complete sense, but couldn't it be part of this? So if one of those persons that, if we authorize the position, goes into the permit side of the land management, specifically more on the ag and some of the other leasing components, could not that position also help with some of this public information outreach to those constituents, those ag leases that you said is kind of a high priority?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think what we're envisioning on the lands management specialists are just people to help push the paper at this point. We have 11 programs with single person managers, and one of those is the agricultural and grazing lease. And so that person is not only responsible for all of the lease renewals, but all the communications with the applicants, all the notices, updating the records, everything that goes with that. So I think what we're anticipating for the lands management specialist is to really help with that, with processing, with the outreach to the lessees and the applicants with respect to, hey, we got your application, you're missing your check, those sorts of things. So that's kind of what we were anticipating. But I don't think it's a stretch to say that, yes, freeing up the existing program manager's time could also help in the communications arena.
All right, thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would direct you next to page 25, which are the our number 2 priority, the lands management specialists. We asked for 3 lands management specialist positions. However, the governor is only recommending approval of 2 of these positions. And while 3 is the number we believe would make the most impact and are needed, we'd be happy to go with the 2 recommended by the governor to get some relief at this point, and see how those impact the workload, and then reevaluate and go from there. As I mentioned, currently we have 1-person program managers across 11 programs. And so currently with the workload, we have an all hands on deck approach to everything. So we do have people working across divisions, working across programs, particularly at the busy times, just to make sure that things get done. With respect to the grazing and agricultural leasing program, that person is responsible for maintaining 4,000 leases across approximately 3.4 million surface acres. There's about 400 leases renewed annually. They process about 20 competing bid situations each year, 260 subleases, numerous assignments, reviewing 80 improvement applications approximately per year. And as I mentioned, this person does everything from the mailing, the communications with the lessees, printing leases, updating the records, all of that. And it's become way too much for just one full-time employee. So it's easy for mistakes to get made. And so we need to relieve that pressure and spread that workload out with additional staff. On the commercial leasing side, we've got a number of programs going on there. We have the special use leasing with over 500 active special use leases, renewables. We've got 22 active wind leases, temporary use permits. We've got over 1,000 active easements, 9,000 active easements. And plus that, these folks have to attend to all of the new and renewing applications in those areas. And they're also expected to take on any new programs as they're created or authorized. And as I noted, we're looking at and interested in recreation, conservation, carbon sequestration, hydrogen hubs, all those new and exciting things that are coming down the pike, but we need bodies to be able to investigate and pursue those opportunities. So the request in the supplemental budget will help us create 2 teams, one dedicated to grazing and agricultural leasing, one dedicated to commercial leasing. On the ag side, that person would aid with lease renewals, competitive bid situations, subleases, assignments, all of those things. On the commercial leasing side, that person would be helping with application processing so that others could focus on more of the high value and high opportunity markets, checking rental rates to see if we're still in the market, and up and coming new uses. So these positions will allow us to adapt to the increasing complexity in applications received and the volume that we're receiving and the requests that require significant analysis. And again, we're just trying to meet the new and varying duties that we see coming down the pike. Everything with additional notices, auto renewals, any of that stuff, should it come around, we want to be poised and ready to move on that. So as I mentioned, the governor has recommended approval of 2 of those positions, and we would gladly take 3, or excuse me, we would gladly take 2, would hope for 3, but we would gladly take the 2 recommended by the governor.
So Jennifer, just could you tell us a little bit more about how you fund your agency? I mean, I think you have 104 employees, and how much money you bring into the state through the operations. And when was the last time, as part of this, when was the last time that you've looked at whether or not the lessees are paying for the services that we provide, particularly on the grazing and agricultural leases, because they're not very expensive. And just walk us through that if you can. And when's the last time that you as an agency have evaluated your fees and costs of operations?
Mr. Chairman, my mind is blank. That's a tough one. Jason, can you get us started and I'll fill in here?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's a great question. I believe our operating budget is, on a biannual basis, it's about $22 million for operations. Last fiscal year, I believe we brought in $167 million in revenue spread across the different beneficiaries. And of course, that's dropped considerably depending on the revenue streams and the markets that we're able to play in, and oil and gas plays a huge role in that. So our highs are anywhere from $240 to $250 million in revenue annually. We do charge application fees for individuals wanting to do business with the office, and those fees follow the statute, and it's the approximate but not exact cost of processing one of those. So we go through each application. The board would like us to do it every 3 years. We've been able to meet about every 5 years to relook at that and up our fees. The last time we did that was about, I want to say 4 years ago. We tried to meet market there.
Okay, further questions? Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. It seems to me that people is key here, and opportunities, building on the good chairman's question, opportunities for revenue and how it's funded. What is the turnover rate in your agency? And to what extent do you feel perhaps if you did a strategic look, thinking prospectively, and identified what is the most demanding aspect affecting your agency, what would be the best way going forward over the next 4 or 5 years? This may be too much of a question for today, but I'm saying, what would be the next best step? You've asked for 3, you're glad to get 2, you're hoping for 3, but frankly, what can we do to help achieve the next best step for your agency, for Wyoming, in terms of revenue and meeting the needs of the people?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's a big question. That's a tough question. But currently, I think we have a 14% vacancy rate. That includes forestry, though, too. There's a number of AWEC positions and things like that that are vacant. We have a handful on our side of the fence, if you will, or on the trust land. Field Services has one, and I think the financial side, we have one there too. Really, the biggest turnover position since I've been here has been the grazing and agricultural leasing manager. That's turned over 3 times since I've been here. And the workloads are huge. The pay is not great and the responsibilities are great. And of course, you're always the one in the position because there's no way to spread out that work. You know, I would imagine that you come to work every day and you hit the ground running and there's no relief and there's rarely any help. And most people don't want to be constantly in that situation. They want to have a comfortable workload that they feel that they can achieve and manage. And so that's one of the first things that we decided needed to be addressed was really the grazing and agricultural leasing program to give some relief there. But yeah, I think over time, salaries, people want to make what they consider to be a fair wage for a fair day's work. And I suspect, at least in the grazing and agricultural program, they're not seeing that or not feeling that. And they're feeling completely stressed and overworked. And that's part of our plan for the next year here is to really get into the meat of these and figure out what is an appropriate wage. We're looking at potentially reclassifying some positions to better reflect the level of skill. And these aren't just like turning over paper kind of positions anymore. They do require a significant set of skills to understand, you know, commercial leasing and recreation and wind leasing and all those things. And in order to attract the right person, I think it's going to require, as I mentioned, reclassification and some increase in salaries and a way to spread the workload so that it's manageable.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
So Director, back to the specifics of this position, with these 2 positions that we're looking at, if you can describe to me, I need some help because right now you've got 1 vacant position, which is an LRLM09, which is a land management program analyst, at least as a description. You're asking for 2 that are LRLM06 land management specialist versus an analyst. Is it the same thing? And we're looking at 2 more positions. And has this position's been open for 5 months? Has it been filled yet, or where are we at with that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the LRM09 position, that is our real estate analyst position that does the exchanges and the dispositions and things of that nature. And yes, it has been open for 5 months. We have not received many, if any, qualified applications for that position. I suspect some of it may have to do with the real estate bubble. I think people were able to make more money out in the real estate world when housing sales were on the rise. And during that time period, we received a number of applications with people that didn't even have a real estate background. And it really takes a different skill set, if you will, for that job. Now that housing has settled a little bit, we're hoping to receive some qualified applications, but this isn't just a position that you can just hire with no skill set and train. They need to come into the game with something. The lands management specialist positions, these are 6s, I believe, and we're really looking for help with processing paperwork to free up the higher level folks to do the more sophisticated work.
All right, thank you.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
just out of curiosity, can these positions operate remotely?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I suppose they could, but we struggle with remote employees just because there's a lot of communication that needs to be done. There's even a lot of our records are still in paper format, if you will, in the vault. We're trying to digitize as much as we can. But we struggled over the COVID time when some were working remotely. We found that a lot of things got dropped. There were some people were lacking in the communication, and frankly, it created some problems where we ended up doing the grazing and agricultural lease audit because we found that some things had been falling through the cracks. We prefer for at least the grazing agricultural leasing program that people be physically present, although we do have a policy at OSLI where we do allow folks to telework 1 day per week, in consultation with their supervisor and that sort of thing, realizing that that's becoming, desired by today's employees.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Green.
Thank you. something you said earlier kind of struck me that you all set up, the two of you set up a program on this sage grouse management. 104 employees in the department, and the director and the assistant director have to stand up a program. Till a couple months ago, I ran a business with about 104 employees, and mine didn't work that way. And so I guess I'm wondering here, it's like, and all the rest of the subsequent discussions, sounds like we really need to drill down here and do a resource allocation assessment from top to bottom. Is that what is that where we're headed here? Is that what we need to do? And is there something we can do to help that as well as we go through this? Because that's, I mean, like I said, given the tenor of the questions and the answers that you're given, which are reasonable, but worrisome in that fact. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Garu, we would not be opposed to a resource allocation study. I believe one was conducted, Jason, how long ago? When 2005. So it's been some time ago. And as we've mentioned, things have become more sophisticated, more demands. So we certainly would not object to that. I mean, we analyzed it from our standpoint, tried to figure out solutions, but that's certainly another way to go, and we would welcome that.
Just
Okay. Further questions? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So finally, our priority number 3 are 2 field services positions on page 32. I believe that's 32. Each year, about 2,500 new leases, easements, and other land transactions are added to our comprehensive records database system, and each requires an attribute adjustment or a new spatial drawing for the transaction. Currently, we have just 1 employee to do this job. So as you can imagine, our ability to provide information in real time is it's quite low. So we need and would like the public to have closer to real-time information that, businesses can make their decisions on and trust, and access decisions of the public can be made. So we're proposing 1 geospatial technology analyst position, which would allow us to be more responsive with that real-time information. This person would timely add leases, easements, and other transaction information to the database. The second position, OSLI, we've advanced in our use of electronic databases, particularly in their sophistication, efficiency, and accuracy. So we're proposing 1 records data management position to oversee our databases to ensure operating efficiently, accurately, and consistency, ensure that bugs are detected and worked through and managed appropriately. The position would ensure that we're meeting our technology demands for state lands, for industries, for sister agencies, and the public. And I would note the governor has recommended approval of both of these positions. So we would stand for questions on the 2 field services positions.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I notice ETS is in the room. We have a request from ETS for GIS staff, and I am not a good tech person, but there seems to be overlap between these 2 efforts. And I'm just wondering what your conversations with ETS have been like, and whether you concur that there's overlap and we can get efficiencies.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I'll defer to Jason. He's had the conversations with the ETS, but it's my understanding that in our discussions that these, what we call off-the-shelf databases, are not really something ETS utilizes and can support. Also, when you're talking about land management, land transactions, it requires, a full understanding of legal descriptions, what these transactions are doing, how to spatially overlay them. And this has not been something that ETS can support. But Jason, I would defer to you to explain your conversations with ETS.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, each time we stand up a new database, we obviously speak with ETS and try to get some sense of it, is it something that they can build for us and support? And for the long term as well, or is it something they can't? And each time our use case was too sophisticated for them to actually stand up and support it for the long term. So as the director mentioned, we purchased off the shelf products in an effort to be efficient with time and money to move forward. But with those, you need to have some maintenance internally, our specific use of those products specifically. And that's another thing that ETS hasn't been able to deliver to us simply because they would need I don't know about sophisticated staff, but trained staff in those specific databases. And they don't have that right now. And I don't know if that would be an efficient use of their resources because it would be just directed at our office. But this ask and what we've done in the past has been, once you get an umbrella system set up, GIS and Esri are the same type of a scenario. And that would be more of a statewide enterprise type look at the system. Once that's put together, how does our agency operate within it? And that's what these positions are, that's what we expect them to do, is operate within the more umbrella enterprise type situations.
Mr. Chairman,
Please go ahead.
I'm lost on the term off-the-shelf software. I think of an access database that's off the shelf to me. Are you talking about that, or are you talking about a program that's a company has put a specialty database program together that's used for management of properties, and which doesn't strike me as off the shelf, but tell me what you mean by off the shelf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are all terms that I had to learn as well very quickly. So we have COTS and we have off the shelf, but basically you have an option of customizing or building from scratch a database or a system that you can utilize in a variety of different ways. And it's very specific to your use case, requires developers to really get into your business and understand what you need and develop it from scratch. Off the shelf is exactly as you explained, something somebody has already built that you can take and apply your use case to. Those things don't match 100% ever. In our instance, it didn't either. We have used several off-the-shelf databases to manage a bunch of different programs that the agency utilizes. The largest one is a system that's built on the Salesforce platform. Obviously, that's a sales driven type of a system that developers all over the world have put time and effort into developing. We use it for land management and fund management. So those two don't align exactly, but they do align enough for us to make small little tweaks and move forward and have a very good, robust web-based public facing situation. And so that's what we're looking for, is how do we make the little tweaks inside of that off the shelf situation that some other developer has provided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
So Jason, you kind of alluded to it a little bit when you says that you, in hopes that would, when we get an overall umbrella, a statewide system on GIS, which is what we're trying to do. And right now, you know, your agency has one, the counties have one. We've seen Department of Revenue kind of has one. How do we, is the system you have now one that we anticipate would communicate with others, so that, if that makes sense, and maybe you can educate me?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, absolutely. That's one of our end goals, is that any information that we have that somebody else can benefit from is easily shareable and easily inserted into whatever database they have, and vice versa. One of the great things with the GIS umbrella is that we participate with several other agencies, and I can't list them all off for you. I don't know all of them, but we all sign the same contract. So we're all getting the same functionality or software that everybody else is using, so that the data we put in there can be easily shared among everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Director, under the governor's recommendation, he recommended the two positions. And of those two positions, they both have different functions within your office. One's the records and management analyst position, and the other one's geospatial technology analyst position. Which one of those would you rank as a higher need for the office? Just tell me what would be your number one and number two priority in order, if you would, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I believe the geospatial technology analyst would be our top priority. We've really got to be as current as we can with transactional information, the polygons, if you will, that they draw, that the public can access so that they can understand the status of state lands and their uses. I think that would be our top.
All right, thank you.
Okay, further questions? Jennifer?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our supplemental budget request. So thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today and discuss our request.
Do you have our draft bill in front of you by chance?
Yes, we do.
Do you have comments on the draft?
Mr. Chairman, I assume you're talking about 23 LSO 0100.
Correct.
Is that the correct one? Well, Mr. Chairman, I think this bill does what we talked about earlier during the interim. And, we're happy to implement whatever this body would like for us to implement. I think the only thing that we've discussed really that with the board and presented to you that's not in here is just with respect to the farm loan program, that there being a trigger, if you will, to add more money should the economy really take a dive and more money need to be available for those types of loans. But again, that's certainly within your discretion. That's the only thing I think that the board mentioned that you did not address. And again, we're happy to implement whatever.
So we talked about that a little bit before. So why don't you remind us the type of it or trigger that you would suggest? Or and if it works better to submit something to us that as we work the bill and finalize the bill and or amendments that we can bring if we vote on the bill for language, like that would work as well. But go ahead.
And along with that, Director Scoggins, if you could just remind us historically how much at any given point in time, how much we've had out in loans, because I thought we set this kind of aside or set this amount based on some historic uses there. So if we've missed that mark.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I would like to call Beth Blackwell and Amanda Sewell, my phone of friends here. But you're correct, Representative Larson, at least within the immediate past, the usage has not been all that high, but it's my understanding in the 80s when the economy had kind of hit the skids that the program had been utilized almost fully. They were turning people away from the program. But I would defer to the two of them to perhaps shed some color on.
That's also a policy question as well, because with you run to the rates basically, but which makes sense.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas. Make sure I answer your question.
Get closer to that mic, Amanda, oh buddy.
To make sure I answer your question, could you please repeat it?
I didn't ask the
Representative Larson.
So my question, Amanda, Mr. Chairman, was can you kind of tell us what the highest utilization was for that program? And, it looks like we have 50 million in here as I see it. And so where does that, the difference?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, as Director Scoggin mentioned, it is my understanding in the late 80s, early 90s, the fund was, or the program was fully utilized. The utilization of the farm loan program has decreased since those years. As it stands today, there are only 3 outstanding farm loans out there right now for under $1 million. The utilization of the program that we have been seeing has been the beginning ag program, especially that first 10-year interest rate, where it is a very low interest rate right now. And we currently have approximately 36 beginning ag loans out there. I believe as of October, at the end of October, between the farm loan and the beginning ag loan program, it was just over $17 million in outstanding loans, which at the proposed $50 million threshold in the bill would be about $33 million
available for the program.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
what is the interest rate on the beginning farm loan program?
Co-chairman Kinski, that one will, it's not necessarily set because it deviates at the time of the close, and I'm going to have to phone a friend.
Currently is all I want, just rough idea.
The first 10 years of a beginning agricultural loan is set at the 10-year treasury bond yield. At the time of closing, currently, I believe it's less than 2%. Currently, it's less than 2%.
Okay, thank you. And is there any on limitations on what it can be used for? I assume our preference is to buy land or bricks and mortar, so we have some real security. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, that's correct. We can utilize the program to purchase land, to purchase livestock, to continue the progress of the loan or the farming business.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? So any Scribner's errors or any other comments on the current draft?
Mr. Chairman, not that I can see. I was looking for my notes and we were talking about a trigger, and I just wanted to recall that when we spoke to the SLIB, they were thinking like if the federal fund rate and or the prime rate exceeds a specific rate, that there be an allotment of a predetermined amount that would be added to the program and available for the demand. And that was just one of their, one of their ideas.
So the concept was if the prime rate exceeds some certain amount, then additional loan dollars would be made available.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's just been brought to my attention by my folks that there is one thing that we would suggest adding on page 4. In B, down in line 21, that we include special districts into that list of loans to be made to cities, towns, counties, special districts, school districts, and community college districts for infrastructure projects. And then you added to airport boards and joint powers boards.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
We put airports in because we were striking airports elsewhere. Is this something we're not doing now, special districts, or is this opening up a new program?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
based on our October discussion, we are eliminating a program that takes care of special districts. And so now we need to roll special districts into this new category instead of having multiple, just like the airport issues. Instead of having multiple programs, we're just going to have one, but needs to make sure we include everyone.
Representative Larson.
Director Scoggins, going back to your point on triggering an infusion of funds in if a program done that, we can always do that in a legislative session as well. We could allocate that rather than having it if we found that is that also a reasonable approach to addressing that kind of an issue?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that's a perfectly reasonable approach as well.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here. It's always fun when we're ahead of schedule.
Question on the bill.
Okay, so next, Brian, why don't you come walk us through the amendments to this bill and refresh our memories on it? And we'll chase it a little bit. So Brian, refresh our memories on what this bill is, what it does, and why we did it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, 23 LSO 100 state loan and bond programs, draft 0.95-01 in the online meeting materials. This bill draft decreases limits, the maximum limits for loan amounts for farm loans, infrastructure projects, and street and road projects, and limits new loans for the Student Dorm Capital Construction Loan Program and the Joint Powers Act Loan Program under 16-1109. The committee considered this bill in October and directed really three primary changes. First, the insertion of specified dollar amounts to be the new maximum limits based on what the Office of State Lands and Investments proposed in October. Second, it precludes new Joint Power Act loans and student dorm loans after April 1, 2023. And then it authorizes that infrastructure loans under 16-1-111 to be available for airport boards for airport facilities. Mr. Chairman, I can walk through the bill quickly if it's the committee's desire.
Please,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
also in terms of the amendments, we also removed some things from this bill, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And what
And-
were those
yeah,
in
just-
summary form?
What do we remove? Do you recall?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure about what was removed from this draft, but I believe between the committee's prior meeting, I think in September and October, the committee split out the loan program or the drainage district bonds was split out into a separate draft. I'm not sure anything specifically was removed between October and December, though.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's walk through it.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, page 2, lines 9 through 12 changes. These are the farm loans. It changes the aggregate maximum limit from $275 million to $50 million. Then page 2, lines 11 and 12. This is new in the bill draft 16-1-109A and just specifies that before April 1 of 2023, the board can make loans under the Joint Powers Act. And then on page 3, lines 18 to 20, just inserts a sentence that says no new loans under this program on and after April 1, 2023. Moving on to page 3, or excuse me, to page 4, lines 6 through 8. These are the capital construction loans that are available and would change the aggregate limit from $400 million to $175 million. The language that is stricken on lines 8 through 12, there was previously a division that 200 of the 400 million could be used for infrastructure projects, the remaining 200 million available for road and street projects. That delineation is stricken. Then page 4, line 23 inserts language into the eligible entities for these loans to include airport boards and joint powers boards for airport projects. The language that's on the top of page 5, lines 1 through 3, comes directly from 16-1-109, where these loans were previously authorized.
And so by inserting special districts on line 22 after school districts, does that change or modify any of our other language? Page 4. It was suggestion of the director of OSLI to add special districts in that column.
Yep. So Mr. Chairman, what it would do by inserting special districts on page 4, line 22, it would make special districts eligible for infrastructure loans and road and street loans.
Okay, go ahead.
Then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 6, lines 9 through 13, this strikes language regarding the road and street loans to remove the $100 million in any 1-year limit and not more than $35 million limit of road or street loans to cities, towns, and counties. So it would just be a flat, if all of the changes are adopted, it would be a flat $175 million available for both infrastructure projects and road and street projects. Then moving on to page 7, lines 1 through 10, this strikes language in 21-18-206, which concerns revenue bonds for community colleges that addresses withholding a portion of state aid and applying to any bond default. This is a conforming amendment to a change later in the bill. Page 7, lines 18 through 21, strikes language that authorizes the state to invest permanent funds in any bond that's issued for a community college. Moving on to page 8, line 4, this is an amendment to 2118-319, and the changes on line 4 and then again line 13 and 15 specify that there would be no new student dorm loans for community colleges on and after April 1 of 2023. The staff comment beginning on the bottom of page 8, there was discussion by the committee at the October meeting regarding interest rates. The interest rates for the farm loan program and the capital construction loan program are provided in that staff comment and highlighted. Then moving on to page 10, lines 31 and 32, 2 provisions of statute are repealed in this bill draft. First, 1134-117C, which removes the 20% limit of the total amount of permanent funds allocated for farm loans that can be used for beginning loans. And then also
So that was the other part of that conforming.
Mr. Chairman, the change to 1134-117C, that was just removing the permanent fund allocation from that. Yep. And then 16-1-111C1 through 3, that's more the conforming amendment for the road and street projects. That just repeals the 3 paragraphs that reference cities, towns, and counties. Then page 12, lines 1 to 3, just specifies that nothing in this act would be construed to modify or impair any existing contracts or release or diminish in any way any obligation that the state currently holds. Then page 12, line 15, this is new language from October, and it just specifies that on and after April 1, 2023, the State Loan and Investment Board shall not authorize, approve, or finance any new loan under the Joint Powers Act loan program under 16-1-109, and then a student dorm capital construction loan under 2118-319. Page 13, line 4 is a reporting requirement for the Office of State Lands and Investments to report to this committee not later than 15 days after all of the Joint Powers Act loans are retired and all of the student dorm loans are retired, for the committee to consider potentially repealing that language in its outset. With that, Mr. Chairman, the bill would also be effective immediately. That was another change that the committee directed in October. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd sit for questions.
Questions for Brian? Okay, thank you, Brian. So, committee, do we have any comments or proposals or action on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative. I'm sorry, Senator Pickens.
And page 9, staff has highlighted those, and also page 10. For each one of these programs, we have different rates of interest. And again, I think we ought to have a consistent loan program for these and use the exact same interest rates regardless of where you're at. And so, Mr. Chairman, and I recollect our conversation, the proposal that I thought I'd made in October is that we take that for any of these loan programs, they would be at whatever at the time of the loan would be whatever the U.S. Treasury yield was on the length of that contract. And so in other words, if an entity comes in and they borrows money and they do a 5-year loan, it's whatever a 5-year Treasury note is. If they want a 10-year contract, it's whatever the yield is on a 10-year Treasury. If it's a 30-year contract, it's what the yield is on a 30-year at the time of the loan. And the reason that I think this works is because that's the lost opportunity cost that we have through the investments of these in a very conservative fixed income portfolio. So we can do this. We're the lender of some case of last resort, but I don't think we ought to lose money doing this program. So we're not making money, but we're not losing money if we have the same rate as what the treasurer would invest those monies in and just U.S. government treasuries, which is probably one of the most conservative investment strategies that they have. So. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I recall that portion of the discussion. I also recall there was some discussion about whatever the uniform rate is for all programs, having the ability to add a risk premium was part of the discussion. And then having just gone through a period of time where the interest rate was 0 We probably ought to have a minimum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tom, go ahead. Oh, no. So any comments on that? So, yeah, we need to move the bill first
Move the
before,
bill.
yeah. Move and second. Moved by Representative Larson, seconded by Senator Kinsky. Any more comments on that proposal? And I take it that's a friendly amendment to your, that we add some type of a minimum. Do we have a? suggestion of what that
Chairman.
Minimum would be?
Question on that to Representative or Senator Higgs. Is there a time that the Treasury doesn't have a minimum? There's zero? I mean, so if it's a treasury, we've got that set.
Yeah, I've never seen a treasury issued at 0%. It has got close. So maybe you set a 1% floor.
Okay.
We need a number, Senator, with your proposal.
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, but if you set it at the treasury rate, aren't we shorting ourselves? Because I thought the whole idea of this bill or the policy that animates it is that we want to have the funds in our permanent mill trust fund, for example, getting the best rate we can get from them. And we, the whole fund is designed to outperform 10-year treasuries, right?
Well, and I think that was part of your comment for a premium over and above that amount.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and to address Representative Stiff, that's what the whole idea is. But if we're going to lend this money, which this says we will lend this money if there's an applicant and they meet all the eligibility and SLIB approves it, I just don't want to lose any money. And so think of that money right now as it sits in those accounts, knowing that SLIB may potentially award those funds. My understanding from the Treasurer's office is that these are usually in short-term type of investments. This would just say, look, if we're going to do 30 years and the state treasurer or they had invested in fixed income for 30 years, that's at that point in time, if that was bought a 30-year bond, we're not going to lose any money by doing this loan to somebody under a 30-year contract or a 10-year contract or a 5-year contract or a 2-year contract. Remember, treasuries are 2, 5, 10, and 30 years. So there's a range of options there for those folks. And if it's something in between that, but most of these are typically for those durations. I don't know if that answers your question. It's just trying to not lose money associated with our potential investment returns.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I do recall there was additional discussion on whether or not what we should be doing is, I think, a long-term equivalent to long-term PMTF earnings and perhaps a risk premium there as well. So now we've got sort of the broad range, anything from a minimum treasury notes to PMTF plus a premium. But there was, if that's our guiding principle that we want to make up the lost opportunity cost, we should be looking at what the earnings on the PMTF are. And so I guess it depends on what the committee, do we want to be in the bargain interest rate business or do we want to assure that these earnings get at least as much as the PMTF? That's the question.
So, Mr. Chairman, on that,
Representative Sherwood.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a newbie, my background knowledge here is the purpose of this program, the state loan and bond program, to make the state money, or is it to fill gaps, right? So if we have somebody in our legacy industry in ag wanting to pass on that business and the new owner needs to cash flow that, are we then making sure that they can do that at a lower interest rate than at a bank? Or with our cities and local governments building out infrastructure, are we helping to do that at a lower rate so that we have that long-term investment? So I think I just need some clarification on what is the purpose or the goal or the strategy around this program. Thank you.
So I think that's the answer to that. The proof is in the pudding. When interest rates were very high, that's exactly what we did. When they're talking about the late 70s, early 80s, because interest rates were 12, 15% basically.
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and I like, the concept of whatever the PMPF is, but remember that's managed based on an asset allocation. It has things like private equity that generate a lot more revenue, equity and over, but it also has a mixed portfolio on there. So I don't know that saying that we need to compare a fixed income type of loan back to investments in private equity that generate 14%. Which gives us right now, if you look at the PMPF, the asset allocation is across all of these ranges. And we're talking about fixed income for the purpose of this program. I don't know that that's a fair comparison that we'd want to use to say whatever the PMPF is, because it has investment opportunities that far exceed what fixed income would do.
Yeah, I think last year we had a 14.5% return.
On private equity.
Overall.
Yeah.
So that, I would concur that if we could set a base, but, or a premium rate, that would defeat the loans just wouldn't be made if we did that. So,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
I'd like to take a crack at Representative Sherwood's question. What I've always figured, leaving aside the farm, these others saves political subdivisions the expense and hassle of doing what ordinarily they would do if we didn't have this giant sack of money, which is they'd go out and float a bond. That's how, before we had this, that's what people did, is they'd go float a bond, and some of them do. I mean, we gave the university the ability to borrow $250 million, but they found out they could go to the bond market cheaper, and that's what they did for their dorms. So in any place that doesn't have this much money available as just a high profile target for politicians, people just float bonds. We can get rid of these in the world and the sun would still come up tomorrow.
That doesn't help the farmers. But
I said sitting aside the farm.
Yeah. Okay. Further question. Brian, then go ahead.
Yep. So Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. The discussion would be tying the interest rate for all of the programs in the draft to the U.S. Treasury yield commensurate with the length of the loan. Plus, and then I heard discussion of a risk premium. And I think that piece, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Kensky, if that could be fleshed out a bit further, that would be helpful.
Well, I think that premium could be set by SLIB, but a not to exceed kind of a component, or a reasonable cost for. I don't know if we want to put a specific number in it. That's my point. It's just allow them the flexibility to do it. Any comments on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So as the staff has pointed out, existing law for farm loans allows the board to set the interest rates between 4% and 10%. And to me, that current system is not really broken. So why change it? Why couldn't we just leave the law the way it is right now and let the board set
I
the
think
interest rate?
the discussion is just to make them all consistent. So that you don't have two different types of interest rates, but I mean, it's a good point. I mean, it's a preference of the committee. Go ahead.
You made an aside about the farm programs. I will say this, the big issue in agriculture is not necessarily the cost of capital to borrow for succession. It's having a successor. I mean, there's so many ranchers, and I'm not talking about people who fly in Learjets. I'm talking about actual ranchers. The kids grow up and leave. They've got nobody to take over the operation. That's the real big issue. And I've seen where there's been programs where you try to get young farmers to come in, and stock growers tried one. South Dakota tried one. Raymond Plank tried one. And the problem is you just can't, fewer and fewer people are going into ag.
Well, they can't cash flow.
Not the current price of land. I mean, even at 0% interest, how do you cash flow at the current price of land? Anyway, that's just neither here nor there. So policy wise though, Mr. Chairman, we've got to come up with, are we going to do a T-bill or are we going to do the PMTF?
We have a proposed, we have something on the floor.
Yeah, do we want to move?
Yeah, I would,
your idea into it?
I would move that we index that to treasuries and for the duration of the treasuries for those loans. So any loans consistent across all the programs, if they, so it's indexed, to whatever that treasury bill is and for that duration of that loan. So and that you would allow SLIB to assess a risk premium above and beyond whatever that treasury index is.
Do you want to put a cap on that not to exceed 1 or 2%, or does it matter? I'm just throwing it out there.
Or can they waive it? Does it give them the authority to waive it?
Well, we said they may.
Not, so let's do this. Let's say that on the risk premium not to exceed 2%. So in other words, they could come back and say 2% over a 10-year treasury, right? That's the risk premium, but it allows those, if they're going to do that, to have some flexibility to increase that rate of return associated with the risk.
So does everyone understand the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
discussion. Would it be considered friendly to put a 3% floor on that?
I'm fine with 3% also. So
Not on the risk premium, but on the overall rate,
No less than
to the
3%?
minimum floor. That's what the co-chairman on your side suggested.
You want a floor,
Yeah, I think we should have a
not
floor.
less than 3%.
Okay, now does everyone understand as revised?
Is there a second?
Is there, yeah. Second. Further discussion? As amended, all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, could we have staff, Brian, could you read it back now that we've amended the amendment to the,
Now that we've
just to make
amended
sure
it.
that we're all on the same page?
So what I'm gonna recommend we do is, let's get a draft.
Okay,
We can look at this again on Thursday or Friday.
yep, that'll work.
Does that work? I'd like to be able to read it. Brian, is that all right? Okay, any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
moving to page 4, line 21. Inserting the language special districts. Again, line 4, page 4, line 21.
All those, any discussion? Seeing one, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
While we're at it, is there any public comment on this bill? Just want to make sure that we make that opportunity available. Okay, any other amendments? Okay, so I think we'll wait till we have a peek at this one more time before we vote on it, so. Brian, thank you. We're looking forward to the next draft. Don, anything else? You want to take a short break and then we'll come back and
Take a while for Whiteout to load up anyway.
and let White move into position. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute JAC break. Okay, we've got the Department of Transportation. And we've got the general in front of us, the ex-general. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Once a general, always a general.
Thank
That's the way
you.
I see it.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, hey, it's a pleasure to be here at today. Hey, I think task and purpose today is to update you on our budget and then really give you a chance to ask whatever questions you would like. I did bring a lot of my executive staff here just to make sure we have the right people here to answer the questions that you might have. Probably just a couple of opening thoughts from me on some budget related items before we get started though. First, thank you very much for the raise for our employees that started this last July. We're about 6 months in and our observation here is that the numbers seem to have stabilized. Although we do have some very large holes currently in some of our manning, specifically maintainers. So think snowplow drivers, troopers, dispatch, port of entry, fuel tax examiners, and engineers. Our primary focus from me on down throughout the organization is manning. Certainly working to retain who we have and to recruit to fill the holes. And we're spending considerable amount of time on non-compensation issues. Besides the manning issue, we remain decisively engaged on many fronts and just a couple key ones that I think would have interest for you on the budget front. First, TIS or Transportation Information System, which is the replacement for RIS, is progressing nicely. So working with our partners at ETS, and I can't thank them enough for what they've done, we're still in the vendor selection phase, but are very, very close to being able to announce the officially selected firm. So good progress there. This last construction season, we completed over 100 construction projects. We made good use of the extra money from IDJA, but the best thing about IDJA was the ability to counter the effects of inflation and allow us to complete our planned projects. And we were able to add a couple more. For some of the newer programs that came out in IDJA, specifically the expansion of programs for the locals, the systems are now in place to ensure success because we had to stand some stuff up for that. Capacity purchase agreement on the aeronautics side has been a game changer and continues to be, and our numbers look tremendous. That being said, there's a lot of pressure in that space, and we will face some challenges in the coming years in that space with that program. The WyoLink build out of 16 towers that started several years ago is almost complete. And we are working through the capital replacement and local support that you authorized last session for WyoLink with the ARPA money. Our NEVI plan was partially approved by the federal government, and you should see an RFP in the spring for the first 7 authorized stations. So also associated with that, we are working the systems required to collect an electric user fee. So think alternate fuel tax, so that all users, specifically those from out of state, can contribute to our road maintenance fund. All right, we just think it's important to do that. And that's probably some of the bigger rocks, all right, that's going on budget wise for us. And I suspect you'll ask us to expand on some of those later. Let me just again thank you, and also thank all the men and women of WYDOT that are out there today, whether they're designing projects, making payments to contractors or issuing a driver's license, and those that are out today getting ready for the storm in their plows and their trooper rigs, helping keep the roads passable and safe. They're just, from our perspective, doing a phenomenal job. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield the floor to Mr. Byrne for a budget presentation.
So I'm curious on the troopers and the snowplow drivers, with the increases that we've provided, have you seen an uptick of applications or any movement?
Mr. Chairman, like we said, the numbers seem to have stabilized, maybe a small uptick on maintainers. Our analysis is that there's still more work to be done.
Go ahead.
Director Reiner. In my part of the world, I had a couple of whiteout employees note that they all expressed appreciation for the rate increase. And they understood that this last round was to really get that disproportionate bunch up to a little level, and then we'll raise all the ships a little more. But there was an expression that some of them who had been there for a period of time and was helping bring some new guys on board, then all of a sudden the new guys are at not a lot, but $1.50 an hour higher than these old ones. And I've been trying to find out, I reached out to A&I, is that accurate or not? But have you seen that? And in fairness, it just may have been some wonky things that happened, but if you've seen those, do those get corrected, or maybe this never happened at all? There's a
Mr.
question in
Chairman,
there somewhere.
Representative Larson, what you described is what we would call pay inequities. And they have occurred with great regularity. Because we, as a staff, as an agency, don't have the authority to raise pay for long-term employees. And so we were certainly required to hire, to get people in the door to really pay higher for the same job that an old person was doing that had been with us for a while. And that does indeed create grumpiness. And I agree with you. Now, what I'll share with you is that just last week, working with HRD with their rules within the MPP, we were able to actually adjust that. And so, and that would have occurred subsequent to whoever that was that talked to you. So was that accurate? Yes. Is it fixed as of today? Yes. In fact, some of those employees were probably briefed just last week on how we were able to do that. So my thanks really to HRD and to my HR staff for really working the eaches on that, because that was, in terms of workplace culture and morale, that's a big one. And just the ability to really what we call to provide pay equity for the same job was absolutely huge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the NEVI, the electrical vehicle stations, is that funding tied to anything else? And I guess furthering the question then would be, if we did not accept the funding and chose not to put in any government-sponsored electric charging stations, would we risk other federal dollars coming to the state of Wyoming?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, to the best of my knowledge, that number is not tied to anything else. So it's basically, $25 million that comes in, that the task is to provide, electric charging as part of this national electric corridor.
A follow-up on that, General Reiner, and it's kind of off the wall, but is there folks up in Fremont County are interested in getting charging stations? Is there a grant program, or is there a loan program out there through Whiteout or through transportation to guide them in a process there, or is that someplace else?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, so probably keeping the answer sort of short, there's one is the NEVI funding itself cannot get up to Fremont County yet, because that has to be used on the corridors, which are really the interstates. In terms of available funding for local communities off corridor, two sources. One is we have the VW settlement money, which is a little over $1 million. We'll release that money as part of the working group, the zero emission working group, when we release the RFP for the first 7 stations, which should be here in the spring. So that if there's communities off corridor, they have the option to get that. So that's the first set. The second source would be a discretionary grant, the details of which have not been released. And so there's an off corridor grant that's supposed to come as part of IDJA, and we just haven't seen the details. So I would just, on that one, counsel patience And as soon as we have that information, we'll push it out because your community is not alone. And there's a lot of interest in, hey, how do we do this?
So my recollection is you applied for an exception on where the distance that those charging stations can be located. And was that successful or do we know yet?
Mr. Chairman, the exceptions were not successful. So we asked basically for 11. They approved 3. And the one that had the distance was actually in between Gillette and Buffalo. And that one they approved for 1 year. The rest of them, they did not approve. At this point, we're at an impasse on that. I'm not sure where it will go. But our counsel to ourselves has been, hey, we've got authority to spend 2 years worth of money. So that's basically $10 million, is $5 million a year. And we'll put in the first 7 stations, which we agree on. And then really, in fact, even last week, we're starting to negotiate on the next phase. Really what I'd like the federal government to do is to give us authority to put in a smaller station. It just doesn't make sense. The return on investment is so bad for a four charging station units. It costs $1 million to put it in. And that means some Wyoming business has to cough up $200,000 to put it in because that's the match. And the return on investment based on the number of electrical vehicles on the road is just not there. And so we've been pretty adamant that we didn't think that was right to the Wyoming constituency to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, on that one, I think we're just sort of keeping our powder dry and we'll see where it goes, but certainly a lot of discussion in that space.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Director, just so I understand, so you do plan to build 7 electric charging stations? Is that correct? And by the way, are these slow charging stations? Are they fast? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, so excellent question. Yes, we do intend to put in 7. That's the current approved plan. And they're all the requirement for a station under the NEVI plan is on corridor. So I-80, I-25, I-90 within 1 mile of the interstate. And it has to have 4 chargers and they're all DC fast chargers of at least 350 kW. So capable of simultaneously charging 4 vehicles. And actually that's 4 at 150. So it takes a total of 600 kilowatts worth of power.
Can you work on the price of diesel as well? That would be really
Mr. Chairman, I saw it came down today, so thank you for asking. So,
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director, thank you. Could you remind me of the locations of those stations so I could help out Representative Stiff?
Mr. Chairman and Representative McKinnon, I'm going to be really close. Sundance, Buffalo, Douglas, Wheatland, Pine, and I missed one.
Okay.
So, but
sorry, Representative
there's
Stiff.
actually not one. Here's the good news. Now, here's what we didn't do from a state planning perspective is if there was already an existing station or one that has been planned to be built by either Tesla or Electrify America, we did not think it wise to spend NEVI money there. In the case of the community in Representative Stiff's area, that's the case. And that's why you don't see a NEVI funded one go there because we just really wanted to really make our money go as far as it could. And really, if we stuck another station there, then now you're competing for the few cars that are on the road anyway.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
follow up, Director. Thank you for the information. I do have the poor judgment that I did buy an electric vehicle. And the one thing I can say that I'm proud of is that it runs entirely off of Wyoming coal. When I plug it in, all the electrons are from the Bridger power plant. So I'm very pleased by that. And as a result, it does have a larger carbon footprint than a comparably sized gas vehicle. And I'm proud of that too. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand they're very fast as well.
Quick. Yeah.
Quick.
Okay, please go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman,
Yep.
I was just wondering if Representative Skiff could verify that he can't leave the city of Rock Springs and get anywhere.
He has to drive slowly.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Director, thanks for being here. I appreciate it, and I appreciate our correspondence back and forth, and I know it must be frustrating sometimes, but I remember Mark Gillette, when he's the district director, it was him or somebody else said, you know, nobody understands sewer lines or water lines, but everybody knows how to drive. So there's always a commentary to be offered. And so I appreciate your patience when I relay things I hear from constituents. I wanted to just sort of highlight something for you. We had a training and orientation for new members of JAC, and they're all here today. And a question came up that we get these budget books for every agency except YDOT and Game and Fish. And they asked why? Why don't we get a detailed budget book that fits the same format? And the answer was, well, they're independent. We get a PowerPoint detailed, but there have been times in the past where YDOT gave us a detailed budget on par with what we're used to seeing for all other agencies. The idea being, we don't control your budget, but we probably ought to be informed. I don't know what ultimately this committee will decide, but I just want to give you a heads up for the next biennia. There may be a decision that we'd like you to come in with something that's more accustomed to what we're looking at for all other agencies as opposed to a PowerPoint. I'm just passing that on. I don't know what the committee itself will decide they want to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, that's fair. I did bring my 23-24 biennium book like you have. There's no change from last year. I think in the spirit of a true biennial budget, our decision was we have no supplementary requests. The budget that we talked last year is the same budget.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think that would be how I think through it.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dennis Byrne. I'm the CFO with YDOT, and to my right is Rodney Fryer. He is the budget manager. He will be walking us through actually, he'll be running the presentation as I walk us through this. Obviously, if there's any questions, Mr. Chairman, please at any time, just
Sure.
let us know.
Go ahead.
Slide one, please, Rodney. Mr. Chairman, this slide really just shows what our anticipated budget is for fiscal year 2023. We are anticipating to receive about $856 million in total revenue. That revenue is illustrated in those three blue boxes there that you see at the top of your screen. The federal revenue we anticipate being about 54.5% of our total revenue. Highway user fees, we anticipate, and those are the restricted fuel tax, vehicle registration, those types of state portions.
Explain for us what restricted means.
Mr. Chairman, the restricted highway user fees are those fees that are restricted by the Wyoming Constitution and how we can utilize that. That is Article 15, Section 16 of the state's constitution. Mr. Chairman, that accounts for about 25.8% of the total budget. And then we have other state revenues. These are largely federal mineral royalties and severance tax. All of that comes to YDOT, Mr. Chairman, and as mentioned here just a minute or two ago, there really are two entities that provide the budget authority for that money. Part of that authority resides with the Transportation Commission. This year, we anticipate about 82.7% of our total budget will be, the authority will come from the Transportation Commission, and then the legislature oversees approximately 17.3%. The two boxes on both the left and right at the bottom, the green and orange, really just kind of illustrate some of the programs in which the commission oversees versus some of those programs which the legislature provides the budget authority for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to the second slide. Second slide just illustrates our revenue and buying trends over time, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to 1996. You can see that our revenues the trend line in the green continues to increase. It is increasing at a slightly less rate from 2010 than it did previous years. Even though our revenue trends are increasing, Mr. Chairman, you can see that the red line from 2010 to recent is decreasing. That's our buying power. So even though our revenue trends are increasing, our ability to buy the same goods, equipments, provide the same services are on the decline. Mr. Chairman, this was actually, the numbers for this were actually put together prior to this extraordinary, inflation that we're seeing now. So I would anticipate that that red line would even be steeper than it's currently shown in this slide.
Go ahead.
Do a little bit more in-depth discussion of what buying power is, what constitutes buying power, and then who calculates that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, so the buying power is our ability to provide the same mission, buy the same level of equipment, buy the goods and services that we need to provide the services for the taxpayers relative to buying power from previous years. So our ability to buy something, and there's a slide later in the deck that will explain a little bit more of this, but for instance, what we could have done for $1 in 1993 now costs $3.92. So it really is just an inflationary adjustment on even though compared to the revenue that we're actually receiving.
So if it cost $1, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, cost $1 to move a cubic yard of dirt in 2020, this is what it costs to move a cubic yard of dirt in 2022, and then projected inflationary costs going forward.
Correct.
All
That
right,
is correct,
thank
Mr. Chairman.
And then the second part of that was who calculates that?
For different parts of this presentation, this one in particular, Mr. Chairman, we're using just the standard Wyoming cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
But later in the presentation, it's specific to construction, and that's actually being calculated by our folks back at headquarters, our construction folks who are tracking those costs of construction.
All right, thank you.
So it's actual cost, basically.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Just one more note here. The increase in the trend is largely due to the federal dollars that we've been receiving either through CARES Act, ARPA, or IDJA, Mr. Chairman.
So you're talking about, the rise in 20 through 22.
Yes, those blue columns that you see increasing.
So that will
those
continue to
years.
trend up for the next 5 years, and then
At least
see
as
where
that's
we're at.
correct,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. At least as long as the bill exists, Mr. Chairman, IDJA. Mr. Chairman, moving on to the next slide. Maybe moving on to the next slide, Mr. Chairman. It's thinking.
You got to start over now.
You just go to that. Okay. Start the presentation. There we go. Mr. Chairman, this slide really is just a slide that we've had in our presentation for some time. And it just shows the effects of de-earmarking. What the red line represents is the amount of revenue had de-earmarking not occurred, the amount of revenue that YDOT would have received. And the blue lines, the blue columns there represent the actual revenue that we received. The effects of de-earmarking, Mr. Chairman, are a net about $1 billion since 2000.
So we appreciate the fact that you helped fund state government with that $1 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Moving on to the next slide. We're going to talk about revenue here, Mr. Chairman, where our revenue is coming from. And then as we move through the revenue picture, we'll move on to where those expenditures are anticipated to be utilized. So our anticipated revenue again is about $856 million for fiscal year 2023. You can see on the left side of the pie chart there in the green that federal aid represents about 54.5% of that. Within that green, Mr. Chairman, that includes federal funding from Federal Highway Administration, from FAA, and from Federal Transit. Of course, the lion's share of it is federal highway dollars. You can see fuel tax in total revenue for YDOT. We anticipate about $114 million receipt this year. Registrations, about $88 million. Driver's license, near $7 million. Vehicle fees are about 11.5 million, and vehicle fees in this discussion, Mr. Chairman, are those oversized and overweight fees that we get for those vehicles that are oversized and overweight.
So if you could remind the committee about on the fuel taxes. When we raised 10 cents, that was what, in 2017, roughly around that?
14, Mr. Chairman.
14. So we haven't raised them in 8 years.
Correct.
But we, and Representative Madden made the presentation that kind of got us over the hump when we did that. And what the presentation was that because of the way those tax dollars or the fuel taxes are administered, that by rate, we raised it 10 cents, but the price of diesel and gas only went up about 4 or 5 cents. And he had the charts on how that worked and how that translated. So could you remind me how that works?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in a general sense, it's fuel is market driven. And so it's competitive based on what the fuel can be purchased for and what it can be sold for. So at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, what happened in that scenario was that the distributors who are actually paying the tax ended up eating some of that tax and not passing all of it along to the consumer. That's why we saw less than a 10% or 10 cent increase. Mr. Chairman, just finishing out the pie chart here, you can see that FMRs or federal mineral royalties account for about $64.5 million of our anticipated revenue, and severance tax is about 6.7 million. The other category, Mr. Chairman, include things such as the city county participation in projects. So if they're participating in a project, that money flows through us to the contractors and we record it as revenue. It also includes authority to render service when we enter into an agreement with a city, a town, or a county to do work. They pay us for that work. And so that's revenue we're seeing there. It also includes interest earned, some damage repairs, and some insurance recoveries, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Probably about 10 or 15 years ago, we had a couple of comprehensive studies done on tolling in the state of Wyoming. And I'm not trying to get down into the weeds, but has there been any recent re-studies of that concept?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Representative Zwanitor, so good question. Actually, 2 years ago, there is quite a lengthy discussion in this body on tolling. It did not progress. And so really, it remains a viable option if there's a will to go there.
Go ahead, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director. Regarding electric vehicles and the cost-effective point that you made earlier, what sort of volume of electric vehicles would we need in Wyoming in terms of charging to begin to replace some of the lost revenue from fuel taxes?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Henderson, so our calculations basically show that you probably, it's significant. And so when you start talking about collecting from out of state, today there's about 600 EVs registered in Wyoming. And so as we looked about collecting, user fees and, electric fuel tax equivalent from out of staters, it's a significant amount of revenue that will need to be collected. And when you start, and that's why we start saying, hey, we don't think we start even breaking even until, after 2030 in terms of these charges that are coming in. So that's really the volume we were looking at. And that's all projected on current growth projections, which I think my sense are is actually a little at the national level optimistic based on supply chains that go into making electric vehicles. We just are seeing, you keep seeing people delaying, hey, we're gonna have this model out, on this date, and it doesn't happen. And it's supply chain. And so I think that our ability as a nation to go all electric like has been projected, I hold my breath. And so I think the ability for us to get there monetarily wise is a ways off.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm going to circle back to the tolling. I do think that's a conversation worth continuing. And I'd urge you in some of these presentations to circle back with some of the key numbers. I was stunned by how much of our budget goes just to I-80. And people are opposed to it because they think they're going to get on the interstate in Cheyenne and back off the interstate in Cheyenne and pay a toll. And the stations can be set up in a way that doesn't happen. But we're carrying the burden of a lot of interstate traffic that you know, that money could be freed up for maintenance elsewhere, I assume. And so I just a few of those key numbers. I went from opposed to it's worth studying just when I saw some of those numbers. They're stunning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, on to the next slide. The next slide just depicts motor fuel collections. This is specific to gasoline. You can see at the top, total collections for gasoline will be approximately 82 million. That's what we're forecasting. The stack chart below it shows where those distributions go. State parks distributions come off the top, as does the LUST calculation, the leaking underground storage tank calculation. After that, cities receive about 15% of the gasoline revenue. The county road fund receives about 14%. Counties receive 13.5%, and the state highway fund receives about 57.5%. Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of detail between the county road fund and the counties. The county road fund by statute, that money has to be used on roads by the counties. The counties, the amount that you see there in green, the 13.5%, that money goes to the counties, but that money can be used however the Constitution allows those restricted highway user fees to be used. So it can be used for highway safety. It can be used for maintenance as well. So that's the differentiation between those two. Moving on to diesel, Mr. Chairman, total diesel collections for the state, about $85.8 million for fiscal year 23. And again, once you remove the LUST calculation from the top of that, cities receive about 5%, counties receive about 20% of that diesel fuel, and the state highway fund receives about 75% of the total diesel distributions. Mr. Chairman, the page 7 here just shows, there we go. It just shows once you take off the top the leaking underground storage offsets and the state parks offsets for off-road vehicles, motorboats, and snowmobiles, YDOT receives about 66.61% of the total motor fuel distributions. Municipalities receive about 9.85%, and the counties receive about 23.54%. And Mr. Chairman, I do want to point something out since we're here. Just you folks are familiar with this, but in your packet on page 7.3, you can see just a comparison of the fuel tax, both gasoline and diesel, Wyoming and the surrounding states. Moving on to the next slide, Mr. Chairman. So we talked about the revenues and where YDOT receives its revenues. Now we'll talk about the projected expenditures and where that funding goes. So this shows where we're anticipating spending that $855.7 million. I'm going to start on the right side this time. The large blue portion of the pie chart and the red right next to it on the lower left, those are all roads, Mr. Chairman, either construction or maintenance. So a total of approximately 73% of YDOT's total revenue goes to roads, either in construction or maintenance. Finishing off the pie chart, moving clockwise from the maintenance and operations, we have planning administration, capital expenditures, other expenditures, operating transfers out, Mr. Chairman. Those are, of course, payments that we make, that YDOT makes to other state agencies for services rendered. That would be ETS, ANI, et cetera. We have support services. That's largely funding the DMV and some of the regulatory services there, administration, which is all of those programs directly under the director. And then, of course, we have WildLink, aeronautics, and law enforcement.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dennis. What's operating transfers out?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Rodney to go ahead and just dig in here a little bit. And you folks have this detail, and it's coming up now. It's just slow on there. So, Mr. Chairman, these are the operating transfers out. So you can see that we've got at the top ETS, computer maintenance, ETS, ANI, risk assessment or risk management, state archives, a number of agencies to include Department of Revenue, Office of Homeland Security. These are, again, all of those for all of those services that WYDOT needs to perform mission that we're paying other state agencies to perform for us.
Thank you. What's the radiological services for the Governor's Homeland Security? Is that X-ray?
Mr. Chairman, that's the radioactive waste
Okay.
and some of the stuff that they're doing with radioactive waste that transports. Yeah. Yeah. That's a pass-through
That's what I
and some
thought that
training.
was. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to slide 9. This is just a history of total WYDOT positions from 2003 to current. This includes both commission and legislative positions. You can see that in the early 2000s, we were up around 2201. Since then, Mr. Chairman, we are down to about 2,051 positions. There is a detail in your packet. We can either go over it now, or folks can look at it as you like. It describes what happened in each of those years, whether there was an increase, where that increase went, or where the decrease came from.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
are those authorized positions or are those actually filled positions?
These are authorized, Mr. Chairman.
These are the number of authorized.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And so the reduction in positions, basically in 2009, 10, were those across the board, or were they primarily road construction type? Or, I mean, I'm just curious what type of those positions, basically 100 positions roughly looks like.
So, Mr. Chairman, we transferred 6 commission positions to the legislative side. There were 4 in driver services, 1 for the AG, and 1 overweight, oversized load. There were 2 legislative and 28 commission positions frozen. That was an action that you folks took in those timeframes that froze positions, and that we ended up losing over time.
Okay. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So I'm curious, we've got authorized positions. What's our vacancy rate been over the last 10 years? Is it, I'm assuming it's higher now, but curious.
Mr. Chairman, in general, it certainly is higher, but I think I would ask Mr. Taylor Rossetti to speak on what it is now.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services at WYDOT. To the representative's question, current year to date for fiscal year 22, we're averaging about 300 vacant positions. So that vacancy percentage is up about 14.65% for 2022. Going back just 5 years, we were at about 9.5%. And about 10 years ago, we sat at about a 5% vacancy rate. So that's kind of the history of vacancies for the department.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Director, as a follow-up on the authorized positions, and just, I think I know the answer to this, but you've got 2,000 authorized positions roughly. In our budget book, it shows 563. And is that just because a lot of your positions are then funded with other highway funds that don't show up in our budget? Is that just explain the discrepancy there?
Mr. Chairman, it does include those positions from the commission as well as the legislative questions, the legislative positions. I believe that was the question. Yeah, it is both. It is both.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to slide 10. This really just depicts how much money, how much of the revenue that YDOT receive is a direct pass through to cities, counties, and towns. You can see over time through 2016, the amount of money that's just been passed directly through YDOT. This is part of the $855 million that we were talking about earlier. The amount of that revenue that is passed through directly to the locals. So you can see in 2023, we anticipate about $103 million being passed through. This includes, of course, you can see on the left side of the chart there for roads and highways, airports, and mass transit, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Dennis, if I could go back to your vacancy list, there's a couple of things in there I didn't understand. If you could tell me what feel for new facility means. Those seem to be some of your longer vacancies that have been open. And then you've got one position in here that's been open for 40 months, human services aide, recruiting, but just to kind of give us an update on maybe where some of that's at.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. If you had a specific line, I could probably try to speak to the position, but I'll try to do a broad brush.
995.
995.
Is one there that's feel for new facility, Mr. Chairman. That's out at
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. I'm wondering if that's actually in an agency other than YDOT. I think our position roster that we have, I think, ends at line 911.
how, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let's try 138 048 130. Oh, that's I'm sorry, that's 048. So that'd be Department of Health. I've seen the same thing in yours. I'll get with that. I'll find one of these and get with you in 045.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, as you're looking for a specific position, what I can tell you is right now, if you were to go out to the ANI website, we have 155 job postings. There are 235 positions attached to those 155 postings. So we are still continuing to aggressively recruit the vast majority of those positions that are vacant. But I certainly would entertain any specific question you might have, sir.
I'll get with you. Thank you.
And so I think you said that's roughly 14% earlier. So do you anticipate with this next pay increase, assuming that it will pass, that then all of those listings will rise? I mean, the wages will come up on again. Do you have any reasonable expectation that might facilitate filling those positions?
Mr. Chairman, certainly we are hopeful that as those pay rates come up, it will make it easier to fill. And I believe, as the director alluded, we do seem to have seen kind of a softening of the exodus based on what occurred in July. So we would anticipate that any additional adjustments there would assist with the recruiting of our workforce.
Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, I agree with what Mr. Rossetti said. For us, I think we're trying to be very proactive, and that's a change, and so we are out. I mean, you just sort of know across the board, there's only X number of individuals that are out there that are looking for work, and so our goal is to find some more and tell them about the great it is to work and the good, fair compensation that they'll receive.
Go ahead, Senator Salzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, two quick questions. How many state trooper slots are yet to be filled? And then can you give me an idea, what's the morale like for our state troopers statewide with their conditions and what's happening now? Maybe you can enlighten me on that.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Salazar, so we're currently about 50 troopers down. Now, we just did have a pay equity adjustment for them that will help significantly, along with, the pay raise that we would anticipate, hopefully. And so my sense is that, again, on the trooper side, that the exodus has stopped and softened. And we have a new colonel who starts on the 3rd of January. If you look at his bio, phenomenal leader, 16 years as a sheriff, and comes with highly regarded. And so in terms of, the morale of the force, I sense that it's improving, and I see greater improvements coming down the horizon. I will tell you that the current men and women we have working for us, are serious about service to the state, and take this concept of, hey, I'm a sworn law enforcement officer seriously. And I think that the men and women who stayed and who are still here, exemplify service and our men and women of character.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
A question on this summary chart here is we look at the distributions for roads and highways to cities, towns, and counties. We saw pretty stable from 2016 to 2021, and then we start to see in 2022 and 23 a significant, almost doubled from 2021 till 2023, we've more than doubled the distributions of counties. What's the revenue source, and then what's going on with the formula that would create that?
Mr. Chairman, to account for the increase, this is mostly federal dollars that came from those federal sources. So that's where the money's coming from.
So, Mr. Chairman, along those lines, so I'm assuming it was just a pass through. It was not something that went through. It was just as with those federal dollars, it just says you're going to pass these through.
Correct.
Is
Mr.
that
Chairman.
accurate?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add one item there. So part of that money is our, what we call the bridge formula plan, which was an increase coming from IDJA. And really what that is, $45 million a year for the next 5 years that really the federal government said, okay, go out and fix your bridges. And part of the rule there was that 15% of that, at least 15%, had to go out to the counties and local jurisdictions. As we worked it, we took the attitude of, hey, let's fix the worst bridges in the state first. And when you racked and stacked all the bridges and you looked at percentage, we were actually at 30% going out to locals to say, that's fine. We're going to fix the worst bridges in this state first. And so that's buried in those numbers, and that's part of that. So it, really you sort of took the approach of, hey, this is federal money. Let's do the best for Wyoming that we can. And so, but a lot of it then did it end up getting passed through and not going on the bridges that we per se are responsible for on our system.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up, what was the nature of this funding? Was this the transportation bill, or was it multiple bills that authorized and directed these expenditures?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that would be IDJA. And it's a new specific program within IDJA that's buried in our transportation dollars.
But where did the congressional act, was it was it the bill? That's where those federal funds and authorization. So just to follow up, having been through a couple of highway or bridge constructions in my area, that they couldn't actually find people and they walked off the jobs and it sit there half done for a month and stuff. Is this then competing with contractors for wide-out projects out there that's driving part of the inflationary cost associated with this?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the reality is there's only so many contractors who work on bridges. And they are spread thin. And I would, yes, I concur that has made it more valuable, and it's a supply and demand issue.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So I don't need this right now, but looking at this chart, the mass transit line, and I think about my experience in the state of Wyoming and how much mass transit I actually see. I would love to get a breakout of exactly how we're spending it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, absolutely happy to do that. Here's the thing, here's an interesting bit of trivia. We actually do maintain 42 mass transit systems. So, and they, you know, they range from a large being certainly the START buses in Jackson to the UW fleet, but then we have multiple 1 or 2, you know, vans at our community centers. That's all white out money through transit flowing out through the state. And so there you have, that's a large portion of that.
Go ahead.
Director Reiner, when you, YDOT will oftentimes do some engineering for locals on bridges and roads and that sort of thing. How, what's your fee structure? How does that work? Do you bill them back for those engineering firm fees, and are they based on market fees, or how do you do that?
Mr. Chairman, if we're doing the work for them, it's billed out at actual. So whatever our designers cost on an hourly basis, plus whatever overhead expenditures are incurred, that's how we would bill them out. Mr. Gillette may have more to add specific to that. Or not.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if there's a standard fee structure, so cost would be, you know.
Designer A, their actual salary plus whatever overhead expenditures are incurred.
Yeah. So,
Mr. Chairman, there's certainly no profit involved.
Right.
It's simply passing on the whiteout costs and we do that really for everybody.
okay, thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to slide number 11. This really is our unfunded operating needs chart here. This has changed a little bit over time. In 2020, Mr. Chairman, we hired an outside consultant to come in and evaluate across the entire organization what our unfunded needs are. So this would be above and beyond the anticipated $855 million worth of revenue that we anticipate receiving in fiscal year 23. We did go back. So what came out of that study was that YDOT, based on needs across the entire enterprise, is about $354.3 million a year short, and what we need to just maintain our assets, preserve our assets in their current status, in their current condition. Now, IJA came along and provided some more federal dollars that did positively impact that number a bit. So we added a column there that you can see additional 2023 IJA provided amount in the areas where that funding is applicable. And that did help. It helped out quite a bit to the tune of about almost $100 million a year for at least the length of the bill, which brings us to the updated annual unfunded need, which is now, after including IJA, about $264 million a year that YDOT is unable to fund just to maintain assets in their current condition. So that's above and beyond the $855 million that we are receiving. And Mr. Chairman, we know that these numbers they're big numbers. We understand that. And we understand that it does have an impact. When people look at these numbers, $855 million is a lot of money. It's a lot of revenue, but just to illustrate the need, it's about $254 or $64 million short of maintaining those assets, Mr. Chairman.
So, you know, it's a chart like this that makes you scratch your head in lots of different ways, both ways. One of them is that it's almost like a wish list, and we'd kind of like to know what foundation that these calculations are derivative of, because just take wildlife crossings. I mean, we don't have to have wild crossings. We want safe roads first, and the idea that that would be a component of your need to me doesn't really make sense. But you know, we could delve into this all day long and have discussions about it, but it would be nice to know the background of the origins of where this comes from, because it seems somewhat subjective to me. And is it predicated? Then the other thing I'd like to know is if we are down that number, say it's 350 million. I would imagine every state in the United States is down at least that much, if not more. And so how do we rank in terms of expenditures per mile for state and federal highways? And because when I travel around, it seems to me that we have some of the nicest roads of anyone around us, better condition. And so I'm just curious how that translates to the rest of the United States. And also obviously in other places, you've got economy of scale that are different than what we have in terms of your highway dollars, your fuel taxes and all that kind of stuff. But it would just be interesting to see those comparisons.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, absolutely, we can do that. I think for us, as I looked at it as the director, I, like you, the ones with the little asterisks, those ones, what those are is, hey, here's a 10-year list that was desired. If you strip those out, then it becomes closer for me to, hey, what's the actual requirement? And so, but
And
we'll
that's more of the 120 number that we hear typically. Is that correct?
Well, and the other thing to think about is, you know, it's always easy in our business to talk roads and bridges, but then you start saying, hey, listen, you know, we've got 450 buildings that are out there, and those need to be maintained. And we've got, you know, a fleet that needs to be maintained. And so that's often where you start saying, hey, here's where we take risk. And from my, you know, from my vantage point, we continue to take risks there. And so eventually, you know, deferred maintenance catches up to you. And so that I think becomes a long-term concern for me as I look at the assets that we're using now and that really we need to maintain into the future. Just trying to get some sort of sense. You know, it is it's always a hard comparison for this total when you talk all of WYDOT to other states, because we're the only Department of Transportation in this nation that would have the mix that we have. And so when you start talking, you know, aeronautics is pretty standard, but certainly troopers, and then you get into this technology, which is, you know, emergency comms, WildLink, and you get into Department of Motor Vehicles, really all being funded constitutionally okay, but with revenue then in probably other states to roads and bridges. And so it's a different funding source or a different funding model that we have. But I think sometimes when you start comparing state to state, it gets, you got to strip out all the other stuff and just look at roads and bridges.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Further, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we're on slide 12. And this really is just the highway improvement ratio here that's coming up, and it shows the source of funding and state dollars versus federal dollars, Mr. Chairman. We'll go over to the 2023. You can see that currently our mix of federal versus state is about 72% federal dollars, and this is specific to highway improvement now. And state is 28% or 28% of the mix. I will note down at the bottom, Mr. Chairman, that the national average is 31% federal and 69% state, just for a comparison against other states. So while we do quite well with the federal dollars, other states have significantly more state dollars to provide.
So, Mr. Chairman, a question on that, just so I know that we're comparing apples with apples and not apples with oranges. I don't think just looking at the total ratio of federal to states adequate till we know what the ratio of number of federal highways is to the ratio of state and other highways. In other words, I can't make that comparison and say there's equitable, because you may have a state like Maryland that is a percentage of their total budget or their total highway system has a substantially higher percentage of those interstate and federal highways versus Wyoming or vice versa? I mean, I'm assuming that drives part of the entire overall funding model. I don't know that. But it would be nice to see what those nationwide and even some, what I would say comparable, more rural western states might look like relative to some of those others. Is that calculated in? I mean, is there a way to look at that? I just want to make sure we're comparing apples with apples.
Mr. Chairman, overall, I believe that we are comparing apples to apples, but in terms of road percentages, Mark, is there something that we can, state roads to federal roads, is there something that's published that we could provide this committee?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer for YDOT. I certainly don't have that off the top of my head, but I suspect we could dig that out. I would say that our federal dollars can be spent on most all of our roads, on the state system. So again, regardless of the ratio of federal highways versus state highways, it's kind of washed a little bit because you can use federal dollars on just about every state highway.
Mr. Chairman, another way to look at this is that another state who is responsible for maintaining their total load of roads, their funding ratio is made up of 69% state dollars and 31% federal. That's really the illustration here. There's just more state going into what they are, any DOT across the country is responsible for. Whereas YDOT and Wyoming is highly dependent on the federal dollars to maintain what we have now, the road mix that we have now.
So is there analysis on what the average taxpayer pays in each state? So in other words, does that 31% federal, 69% state, or for those that are in that bracket, it's just literally, we're almost reversed. But the question would be, in the lower population states or wide out states like we are, do we pay more individually or as part of our taxes? Of course, it would be minerals here, but compared to what is paid in those other states where it's 61, 30, 38. In other words, do they pay a lot more for their out of their own personal pockets? Or how does that translate into impacts to individual citizens of each state? That would just be an interesting number.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
And to add on to that, I think one of the interesting things that would get back to our maintenance and some of our costs is when I look at that and I say, what's the utilization? So let's talk about I-80. Utilization for transportation of commerce and people versus the resident population. You guys know, and we all know, that it's a small percentage of utilization on I-80 of the resident population compared to the total population that's using that highway. And because it is interstate commerce, doesn't it make a little bit sense that we shouldn't be bearing the burden of most of that utilization, say I-80 is not by resident population. It's the feds have an obligation there to fund that at a higher rate. It'd be interesting, I don't want you guys to spend a bunch of time, but my guess is we have a much lower utilization as a per capita, particularly on some of the big interstates than we do in other states. I just think about commuting, and we just go to the state to the south of us every time I dread to go down there. I look at the amount of traffic down there that's resident population that's commuting versus I-80 when I look at that, and I would say it's a fraction of the resident population that utilizes that highway versus the interstate component of that. And so when I go through this 70-30 model or whatever it is, I would say the Fed should have a much higher obligation based on that utilization of those highways. Is there anything out there that would capture that or not? I don't want to spend a bunch of time chasing data, but are you aware of anything?
Mr. Chairman, off the top of my head, I am not, but we could certainly look. And to your question, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly see what the average taxpayer is paying as well in some of those other states. We'll see if there's anything out there.
Yeah, well, it may be a useful number.
The one, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to add, that'd be some interesting research. I think I'm curious that from my perspective, as I look at this delta in percentage, I go back to some of our state money that's coming in. It doesn't go to roads. It goes to pay trooper salary, which doesn't happen in other states. And so when you start talking about, hey, what are we funding with our state funds? It gets siphoned off before it gets to the roads. And so, and that's what's sort of the uniqueness about the, YDOT and the construct of what's in it. And so we're funding other things with state dollars that come in to support the transportation system, which is the way we're designed. But it just, I think it has an impact on this percentage ratio.
Mr. Chairman, I would add one thing, and that is, and Mark will correct me if I'm wrong, but we could spend the majority of our federal funding on Interstate 80, our federal funding on Interstate 80. And that would be fine. The problem is we would have no funding left for the rest of the roads under YDOT's purview and responsibility. That's really the challenge. That's the challenge for us.
Another reason for a toll. All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to slide 13. Am I standing between us and lunch, Mr. Chairman?
That's all right. I mean,
we just have a couple more slides here, so I'll wrap it up. So this is the slide that I was referring to earlier with regard to inflationary impacts. And so this is specific to construction costs over time. So you can see that actual dollars have increased. That's the blue line there. And then you can see what our actual inflation adjusted dollars are there in the red. So again, what you could do in 1992 specific to construction for $1 now takes $3.92 to accomplish it. This is straightforward, right? It's intuitive. It's inflation. We all understand it. Mr. Chairman, moving on to slide 14, and this is road deterioration versus time. Mark usually talks about this slide better than I do, but ultimately, Mr. Chairman, there are times when it makes more sense to do preventative maintenance before the roads deteriorate to a point where we have to do overlays or reconstructions. The reason for that is you can maintain it, for instance, for $1. If you let it get to the point where it's in the yellow there and it requires an overlay or down into the red where it's construction, you're talking about 4 to 8 times as much money to do that type of work when you could have done some preventative work for less money in the green.
So Dennis, or one of you guys, how many times can you just perpetually overlay before you have to? I mean, how long can you prolong doing some reconstruction with overlays? Or does that just depend on every road's a little bit different? You have to evaluate it.
compare it to a Roman viaduct.
Yes. That was my thought.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, certainly there are roads that you can overlay more times than others. A lot of it just depends on the base and underlying materials. There's a point where if you don't have the support underneath, a 2-inch overlay is not going to last very long. And you'll notice that in some of those roads that are rutted, you know, where the top surface has those ruts in them, and it just over time it becomes necessary to reconstruct the road.
So can you give us some generalities? I mean, like 20 years, 30 years, depends on for an interstate or versus a typical 2-lane from say, Lander to Casper.
Or Mr. Chairman, you know, I guess along that kind of where I was thinking is your service hopefully is protecting your base, your underlayment, the gravel, but you're saying wait and different things can go through your surface protection and then degrade your base underneath it, I guess is what I'm hearing. And so there's,
Depending on what's under the base.
yeah. Well, they should have taken it. There's probably not a fixed rule though.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it does really vary, but I've seen roads that have probably had 4 or 5 overlays on them. And it just, you know, if you're in a situation where you're trying to build a road on top of bentonite or gumbo that we do certainly have throughout Wyoming, it makes it a lot tougher to make those last than if you can build a road, say in the mountains where you're using a lot of rock. You got a real good base there, and you can overlay those many more times. But typically we design a road for a 20-year life. And sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't before you start overlaying them. Typically we'll do an overlay on a road about every 10 years after that 20-year life plus or minus has been.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Director Reiner, since I have you here, wanted to ask what you think of the recommendation from the Joint Transportation Committee to put an alternate route or expand the access between Green River and Rock Springs. I saw this letter authored by these people who are not from that area and recommending that to you. I just thought I'd get your reaction to that and when we'll expect to see that on the STIP and at the top of the list.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt. So certainly that was something that came up as an interim topic from our standpoint. Certainly understand the desires of the local communities there to have an alternate route. Our recommendation to us as a state is not to invest in that as we look at other fiscal requirements across the state for a couple of reasons.
And Mr. Chairman, Director Reiner, could I interest you in a third lane then between Green River and Rock Springs?
Certainly the third lane was one of the options.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Going back to Mr. Gillette, just rough ballpark, what does a new construction per mile cost, a reconstruction overlay? Just trying to get a guesstimate. Is it $1 million to build a mile of highway? Is it 10 million? What does it cost? And what does it cost to overlay a mile of highway?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, again, it depends on whether you are using concrete surfacing versus asphalt surfacing. Concrete certainly costs more, typically lasts longer, but your standard 2-inch overlay, we're probably looking at about $2 million a mile. A reconstruction, you're probably looking more at least twice that much, $4 to $5 million a mile, depending on the number of bridges you might do, because bridges are very expensive for the length of road you cover with them. So, but that would be a ballpark.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in the spirit of Christmas, recalling the good representative's question on the go around, how hard, you know, these signs that have a solar power thing on top, then they have a radar thing that shows the driver how fast they're going, then they have the speed limit. How hard would it be to get a couple of those put over here, one on Central and one on Warren?
Mr. Chairman, those type signs, YDOT does not buy and install. Those type signs are requested by the local government, and we do permit those to be placed on the system when a local government will pay for and maintain those.
So referencing the $350 odd million need, and perhaps a potential revenue opportunity here with these signs. If we set it up where perhaps folks who do habitually speed, perhaps they could get a notice and then they could get a ticket. Would that be worth considering?
I think that's out of the question. I'd be paying tickets every day.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative, to the best of my knowledge, all ticket revenue goes to our Department of Education and not to your roads.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on the last slide here, and this really is just the surface transportation, the highway improvement dollars, and the sources of those funds over time. Pretty straightforward. It just shows the total amounts. It shows where it's coming from and what has happened over time, at least since back to 2003. And Mr. Chairman, unless there are other questions, that wraps up our budget presentation.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, you guys purchase lots of vehicles in the half-ton, three-quarter ton, those kind of type vehicles. You have budgeted for a number of them. Are you able to get those? Or are you having struggles procuring those kind of vehicles? Because we heard it from another agency earlier that's.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, we are struggling. So we budget for it and really we have had multiple vendors who have said, yep, we'll provide them, and then who are not provided the vehicles. And so we are looking at some alternate plans on, and hey, how do we do this? Because certainly, and it's specific, our biggest concern in that space is probably a three-quarter ton, standard crew cab pickup, which we run a lot of. And so that's probably our biggest concern in that space.
Follow up on that. I know you guys have a extensive calculation on the sweet spot of when to get rid of one and whatnot. Is that sweet spot changing and mileage going up just because the general public and everyone else is actually unable to get vehicles as well?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Waters, I think the sweet spot per se, based on sort of, hey, here's the best return on investment in terms of dollars. I don't think that changes, but the guidance to the force has been, hey, that sweet spot, you might have to stretch that a little bit because I think you might rather have a rig than walk. And so that's probably, I think how I'd answer that one.
Thank you.
So this information is fascinating. I'm thinking that we might want to bring you back during the interim and do a deeper dive because it's really interesting information that we need to hear more of and understand better. That's so we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always happy to come back.
Yeah,
So,
you bet.
yeah. If we missed
Okay.
you, Merry
Any
Christmas.
Closing remarks or follow-up with anybody? All right, now it's lunchtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it very much. So we'll stand in recess till 1:30. That work? Yeah.